welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the special. Welcome back to the House Galactic Battle number 2, the second one of 2024. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the amazing people in the chat and these beautiful players as well. For those who are curious what the hell is going on, well, welcome to an offline LAN event over in Poland, over in the land of Bologna, papi, and we are just diving right into a show match that we are kicking off the broadcast with to kick off the day of StarCraft. Again, we've been having qualifiers, we've been having bi-weekly tournaments as well to accumulate points over the course of this year to make it into this offline finals. We have some of the best, we have the best of the best in Poland duking it out in this tournament. But again, before we dive into the meat of the tournament, we have a beautiful 2v2. Let's go, papi. Let's go. It's spawning in the top left-hand corner of Emerald City. We have our first team. We have our pink Polish Brodos player for Platinum Esports. It is Rodzin, alongside his teammate, the blue Zerg player from Aftermath. It is Snogstar and Rodzin. I have to fix that up. And in the bottom right hand corner, we have our second team. We have our Terran and Brodos for Berserker Esports, and for Sentry, it is Mishu and Bapi. Yeah, that'll fix that. But here we go. We have our initial 2v2, and I just realized that our overlay isn't ideal for this, so I might just hide that for now. There we go. Just hide our staff templates. But yeah, for now we're diving in. Again, this event is going to be running for the entire day. So I believe talking about credit boost. But when it comes to this event, the last time we casted this, which was at the start of the year, at the very beginning of the year, we did, it was actually, I think, 15 hours. It was a 15-hour cast, entire day of StarCraft. It was brutal. It was lovely. It was all that we wanted, and by the end of it, I remember being a little bit delirious. It was great. So again, it was a full day of StarCraft. I expect something similar. I expect something very similar here tonight. You know, somewhere between 12 and 15, maybe 16 hours, just non-stop StarCraft. Let's go. There are going to be some breaks at certain points as well, I believe. Breaks, especially considering that this is an offline event, so players need to be getting ready for the main stage. I believe Indy and the Polish casters are at the venue. Again, House, what this event is named after, is a gaming bar. It's a gaming bar in Warsaw, in the capital of Poland. And they have like a stage, they have like an area for the audience, they have like player setups as well. And yeah, it's really cool. I mean, we'll have a look at the venue later. I will be showing the clean feed of the main stream a little bit later as well, just so we can all have a look at the crowd and have a look at the venue and all that stuff. So we'll be showing that off a little bit later on. But for now, we have the 2v2 to kick things off. And after the 2v2 is going to be the group stage, and oh right, my apologies. This is the Evo mod. I just realized that's why they were talking about. Okay, so we have my apologies. We have the SC2 team here towards the top left. We have the Brood War team in the bottom right. I was curious because I noticed like in the production tab the units were a little bit weird, and I guess that's what Bobby was talking about. He was talking about the lack of chrono boost. Oh my god. Well, we are getting into this. So, fun fact, I've actually never casted the the Evolution mod. I've never quite casted it. We do have adepts shading into the main base. Probe's going to be going down. Meanwhile, the Dragoons and the Vulture's going to be able to keep up and force them to shade the hell out of here. Honestly, the Dragoons, they look surprisingly mobile, actually. So we're able to keep up, able to shut them down. I believe they are a little bit faster than Stalker movement speed, which would make sense, considering that they don't have Blink. But again, we are settling in. I don't know if Mishu or Papi have... they're pretty young players, actually. Papi and Mishu. They're pretty young. I think they're like 20s or younger. Yeah, I think they're like maybe just now. I think Papi turned 20, maybe. So a bit of a younger player. So I don't know if they have much experience with Brood War. Oracle dives in. More probes going down. Again, the SE2 team taking the role of the aggressors with some Link counterattacks, Adepts, Oracles as well. And the Brood War team having a bit of a harder time keeping up with said aggression. We do bleed out a couple of units here and there. It's going to be, oh my god, 11 probes going down. Calm down. So less than ideal. We're getting even more damage done here. We dive into that mineral line. More probes going to be falling. Did I say 11? 19 workers falling. If this was SE2, I would say that this is game-ending damage. Not gonna lie, like we have definitely crippled the economy here of Babi. Looking at the units tab as well, yeah, that is reflected here in the units tab. Across the map, the SE2 team just chilling, going for a spire. The scan will reveal this. We do get eyes on the spire, so we can start getting ready back at home with turrets, getting in position. I imagine cannons as well. You can see the dragoons also lying in wait now in those mineral lines. But yeah, Babi's had a harder time here keeping up with that aggression, so I wish him the best of luck. Meanwhile, of course, to scan, we need the comsat station as well. Oh my god, this is... I'm getting so nostalgic. I played a lot of Brood War when I was a kid. A lot of Brood War. Like, I'm talking... Obviously not back in the 90s. I'm talking like 2002, 2003. Yeah... Those good times, good times. Never competitively. Fun fact, I never had the internet or the bandwidth to actually play online. Back then, I remember my download and my upload was 7 kilobytes per second. That was back when I had dial-up. Well, I say I had. Our family had dial-up back then, and yeah, I could not play on Battle.net. I could not play on Battle.net whatsoever. Those were the dark times. It's beautiful. But for now, we do have our mutas looking to dive into the main base. Again, they've been amassing. We did scout this earlier, so we are lying in wait with turrets. We have a cannon on the way as well. But we can avoid that side defense, chip away at the gas mining workers as well. We do see that the dragoons should be trying to keep up here. Likewise, we have Goliaths as well. I almost called them vultures. It's been a while. Gonna be able to force Snogstar back. Likewise, we have Blinkstalkers on the right-hand side. When it comes to our main army compositions here, we are working with just Mass Muta. Likewise, we have a gateway-based army for our Protoss, for our StarCraft 2 Protoss player as well. Just Mutas and Stalkers. Meanwhile, we have Mishu playing mech. I mean, Mishu does typically play mech in SE2 as well, so it makes sense to embrace the mech in Brood War or in StarCraft 1. So he's amassing tanks as we speak, is building up his vultures, his, again, Goliaths as well. I almost called them wraiths. I need, I need to get used to saying these words that I usually don't say when I'm casting. Yo, the Dragoons, they come in, they do collapse here on top of the Stalkers. Not bad. Ooh, trading 1 for 1. 1 Stalker for 1 Dragoon. Coming from behind, Mutas once again, catching a worker. It looks like finally we're able to expand, take a 3rd base. Because of the map control that the SE2 team have, they've been able to take a 3rd, take a 4th, take a 3rd base here at the gold as well. They do have the superior economy. But does that really matter? Especially when it comes to a mech-based army, we're slowly expanding, slowly taking another base. I do think that this is affecting Babi quite negatively. I do think our Protoss player here has been having a hard time keeping up, but that is still quite a lot of Dragoons. Oh my god. They're able to hold their own against the Stalker army. Behind this now, it's not just about the Stalkers. We're going to be refining our army by taking up into robot production. We have Disruptors on the way. We have Disruptors in production here. And I'm curious to see the dynamic between the Disruptor and some of these more stationary units. Now, the problem here is that, like, in PvP or in some of these other matchups, your army can be mobile enough to dodge these Purification Overs. I was talking about the movement speed of these Dragoons earlier, but despite that, it's... Oh, a Stage Trap does connect. Do bait the army in. Despite that, I see the Dragoons having a really hard time defending and trying to keep up with those Novas. Meanwhile, we dive on in. We focus on 1, 2, 3, 4 of these Dragoons. But thankfully, Mishu, the Terran army, is here to support. Mutas, they hit the natural base. Oh, more probes going down. I'm afraid to look, but it's been how many? 29! 29 probes going down. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And again, like, I really like the playstyle of the SE2 team at the moment, in the sense that really we're hyperfixated on mobility, right? Like these mutas, like they're some of the most mobile units that Zerg has to offer. Blink Stalkers as well. And we have been just pulling the Brood War team apart. Nova's come out a little bit premature. We graze the army. But likewise, Disruptors, they also abuse more immobile units as well. So we'll see if the Brood War team can keep up. As we do see at least our Protoss player rotating around. Rosen, of course, catching a tank. Dragoons coming in. Yo, where's the Zerg? Where's Snuckstar? We need support, papi. Bit of a 2v1. Nova Connects does not one-shot. Oh, ooh, it does one-shot the Dragoons, though. Didn't one-shot the Terran armies. It got very low. Massive connection on those Dragoons. At the same time, we can see a big link counter-attack catching some reinforcements. Ooh, another Nova does connect. You can see how softened up the tanks and those Goliaths are. And here we go, the Zerg army coming into support. We have some fungal growth available. Nova's going to be connecting. Yeah, we clean up the tanks. We lock down the Dragoons. And we can chase this down. Rodson did lose a big portion of his army, but now here comes the Ultras. It hasn't just been Mass Muta that Snockstar's been working with, but now taking up into Hive Tech, taking up into Ultras. We're on 2-2, and there's almost nothing left here to defend. We dive on in, of course, no planetary, as is the Brood War team. Yeah, catching out some of these tanks. We have some shield batteries on the low ground. Love to see the old school shield battery, but not going to be coming into play, as we do avoid that, and we deny the third base of Mishu. Likewise, we have Ultras and Stalkers coming in from left-hand side. We flank at Papi's army. He has a couple of Goliaths. We have a couple of Dragoons left over, but we do get surrounded. We get shut down. Oh, yo, we... Never mind. We have a Reaver on the way, but GG gets called, and the SC2 team will take the game. GG. GG, well played. Again, Team StarCraft 2 taking the game here, and I mean, I appreciate the ideas. I think I'm behind what Mishu was building up towards, you know, getting his third base, building up a decent mech army. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see the Reavers come into play. I do think that would have been, I was going to say that would have been a really crucial unit to tech into and to rely upon as well, instead of the pure Dragoon, and I think I stand by that. But also the downside as well is, how good are these shots from the Reaver going to be, the Scarab shots, considering we have Blink? I'm really curious how the dynamic works there, and if you're able to dodge those Scarab shots with Blink Stalkers, or if they chase. Yeah, curious. Definitely curious with that, but that's gonna be actually game 1 going the way of SC2. Can I do this? Team SC2. Then I can do team. Do we call it Team Brood War? I guess that makes sense, right? Because, like, yeah. Team SC2, Team Brood War. Nah. Team SC1. Okay. I was gonna say we do call it Brood War, but at the same time, it's like it's not like it's Team Legacy of the Void, right? Okay. Bam. So, point 1 to Team SC2. And I actually don't know what best of this is. So I'll have to double check that. But we are getting ready. But I believe this is going to be a best of 3. But I will update it once we all know. Yeah, okay. Confirmation is going to be a best of 3 here between our two lovely teams. And just catching up with the chat. Catching up. It's the light. It shines so bright. Oh, hello, Matrix. Hello. I was so happy to get 20 megabit cable. I never got cable. Never got it. Still a kid. 7 kilobytes? Yeah. And I thought me starting at 33K was already bad. We upgraded. We upgraded from 7 kilobytes to 33 kilobytes. This was in 2010. Around 2010 is when we upgraded to to around 35 to 40 kilobytes per second. I remember because that's when we started. That's when I could watch YouTube, because I couldn't watch like videos of course with 7 kilobytes per second I could never watch YouTube. So we upgraded to around like 35-ish, and when we got up to that was around 2010. The way that I would watch YouTube is I could not like watch it live or anything like that. I would have to download. Basically what I would do is at night, I would leave the PC running all night, and it would be downloading the YouTube videos that I would want to watch for the day. So I'd go to like a site to like download YouTube videos. I'd put in the URL, and then like I'd leave like downloading like 5, like, well, I say 5, really just 1, like 1 maybe 2 YouTube videos over the night. Then I'd wake up the next morning, and then I could watch like, I don't know, the Game Station podcast, or I could watch like a Husky video, like or like a WoW Cataclysm video or something like that. Like that's how I would consume content. I'd have to leave it downloading. But here we go. We're diving into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Nightscape, we have our 2 lovely Brood War players. We have our Brood War players here in the top right. We have our Protoss, Rodzin, and of course our Terran. Wait, well, oh, we switched races. And our Terran, Snogstar. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our SC2 team. I think we switched, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have. Good. The fact that we're using the Brood War skin here threw me off a little bit. But we have our StarCraft 2 team. It looks like we've switched over here, and now it's time to play some SC2. We do have Papi alongside Mish. So you know what? I'll have to switch this. Rodzin and Mixu are leading the series. So we're switching back and forth. Okay, so it's not Team SC2 and Team Brood War. Okay. Yeah, Papi and Mishu. Why did I say Mixu? Okay, there we go. As we are diving in, so now it's going to be Rodzin and Snogstar's turn to play some Brood War. And interesting that Snogstar switched from Zerg to Terran as he switched to Brood War. That's definitely an interesting thing to see. Again, I'm curious how Snogstar, like how familiar he is with Brood War and whether or not he's been playing. I know that Snogstar was playing a lot of like other games, like he played a lot of Stormgate when the beta was out for that. But I'm curious how he does embrace this here. Interesting, as we do see Mishu opening up 3 racks. Okay. We have a 3 racks, this I know where. We have a 3 racks opener here by Mishu. We do have our CC on the low ground, soon to be taking the gold, I imagine, lifting and taking the gold base. And that's one of the big features of Nightscape, is that we do have a pocket gold, but it is blocked off by rocks. Rocks have to be knocked down to actually gain access to the space, unless you're a Terran player. Yep, and we can just float on over. So this makes plenty of sense. If we're rushing into the gold, as we lift up the SCVs and we drop on over the wall. But again, it makes sense for us to be playing even a 4x off of the gold minerals. Like basically almost like a Gangnam Terran build here from Mishu. Taking that gold base, prioritizing gold minerals, and now we have an abundance of minerals to work with here, so we have plenty to work with to get into our mass bio production. Meanwhile, from the side of Papi, so far standard opener, just like Gate Expand or Gate Cyber Expand into Twilight Council, into I imagine Blink. Meanwhile, oh, do you see what I see? I see a shuttle early on. The bay has been thrown down into shuttle speed, and for a moment here I was like, yo, are we gonna be working towards something like Reaver drops? But yeah, we'll see, as the first shuttle has spawned in, and we can, I believe, make a Reaver thereafter. I think we have the tech for it already. Oh, let's go. The Reaver drops. Give, Papi, give. I've seen this. So we're going for a Reaver drop opener here from Rodzin. Likewise, on the right-hand side, we're working towards Mech. Okay, Snogstar is going to be making it up here. Focusing on Vulture production to begin with. Spider Mine upgrade is on the way. Oh, I miss this animation. Like the machine shops on the factories. Oh my god, the nostalgia, Papi. I'm gonna play Brood War now. Here we go. Vulture's gonna be moving out. Head into the mineral lines, going to be harassing a couple of these workers. Not bad. Going to be 2-shotting probes. A lot of probes going down. We do shut this down, but looking at the unit type, that was 5 worker kills. Pretty nice run by here from Snogstar as the Vulture run bys continue. Likewise, Rocks being knocked down. We do see still mass biostim, of course, being prioritized here for Mishu. Interesting that Mishu played mech in game 1 with the Brood War team, or with the Brood War race, but now it's playing Bio. It's nice. Cool to see. You can see Snogstar setting up these spider mines once the upgrade is done. Spider mines are set up here in the center of the map. Vultures once again getting a probe, but shouldn't get much more. Stalkers this time are in position. Ooh. We do manage to get a second probe and barely a third. Oh, bit of a misclick there. So only 2 workers. Only 2 workers going down. And behind this, we're now getting to tank production. We start off with, of course, our Vultures, but now we're transitioning into a more tank-heavy style. Reaver drop has come in. Oh no! But we have Stim! Oh, we do have Stim. The shuttle does barely get away. We didn't get much done. It looks like... Oh, actually, never mind. We got 11 SCVs. I think we got the SCVs at the goal. Okay, we got the SCVs at the goal base. Not a bad connection there with the Reaver, and we do barely slip away. We have to be so damn careful here with this shuttle. Speaking of, Stalker's in position. Up! Shocker's off. Oh, but the shuttle goes down, the Reaver as well. We were just flying a little bit too close to the sun there. As Bappy does shut down the shuttle. Does gain map control. I believe it was only the 1 shuttle. Let me just double check. No, never mind. Okay, we have 1 more Reaver back at home and a 2nd Reaver in production. So we're going to be able to shut down this depot, maneuver around. I mean, I'm loving these Widowmen, the spider mines that have been set up here by Snogstar. Once again, stepping into a mineral line. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. 3 probes going down. Ooh, barely getting a 4th towards the end. As the Stalkers are recalled back home, and we do see Mishu going for a double drop towards the goal base of Rodzin. He's sending it back. He's sending it. Probe's going to be going down. Not a bad drop here so far. Getting a lot of workers. We'll count later. Yeah, 16 probes. Wait, no, sorry. 6 probes going down. Not too bad. 6 workers. Did preserve most of those probes in the end. As those Dragoons were able to keep up. Again, getting to additional Dragoon production. Do have our Reavers in position in the main. And we have a similar dynamic where it feels like the SE2 team does have the map control. Tanks a little bit late to siege. 1 tank going to be going down. Oh, tank shot's not quite going up. As we do see a couple of scans thrown down, trying to get eyes on where our expansions are, what the economy is looking like. Drop going back into the main base. Nice target firing here, getting a lot of SCVs. Yeah, 7. Oh my god, even 10 SCVs going down in the main. The drop is going to be cleaned up, but we're getting quite a bit done. As the mech army is struggling to keep up. Stalker still active here right outside. Interesting, getting into some charge load production, but the drops they continue. Coming back into the gold. Double drop on the right hand side. I mean, hey, with these gold minerals, we do have a lot of Marines to spare. As once again, a little bit of mispathing here. We do catch a couple of tanks. 2, 3 tanks go down. We bust into the natural. And they get this tank line out of position, or at least not protecting the center area. But we're going to be able to hold on. Rodzin does keep up. Vulture harass across the map. Oh, nothing quite in position to defend. A lot of probes falling. Reinforcements coming in. We will eventually clean this up. Still have some spider mines in the center of the map as well. And the drops from Mishu do continue. You can see we're trying to scan, trying to get eyes on our next expansions. Rodzin does have quite a formidable army. There's a lot of potential here, especially with those Reavers. There is a lot of potential. Meanwhile, we have our Terran army pulling back. Again, just a field of mines and tanks. Jump into the main. Just trying to distract the Protoss player. Up! Spider Mines, yeah, we'll clean this up. There's no breaking this position. The drop is deterred. He's going to be deflected. And both Protoss armies do miss each other. Bobby going for the siege line. Does bait out a lot of those Spider Mines. And we dive on top of the tanks. A volley's going to be going off, but we do shut down the tank line. Yeah, Bobby a little more successful. And Rodney turns back around. I was waiting for a counterattack. Ooh, Reaver shot going off. Oh, we do clean this up, but at the cost of every single Reaver. And bearing in mind, Snogstar lost his entire army. Our Brood War Terran player here, he lost all of his tanks, lost all of his vultures, like he has almost nothing left. Rodin has to try to carry this for a little bit longer to allow Snogstar to rebuild. But the drop comes back in. And again, this is one of the big weaknesses of the Brood War Protoss, is just there's no recall, right? There's no recall, there's no blink, like it takes quite some time to rotate in between our bases. And to keep up with drop play, oh, a lot of Dragoons falling. As so many of them go down. And our SE2 team, I mean, how many bases are we on? We're on 5 bases for the Protoss. We're getting our 4th base now for our Terran player. We have a booming economy. The Brood War team still on 3 and 4 bases respectively, and they're at least our Protoss player here does have a comparable army. That's what I will say. It does have a comparable army, but we're pushing into a tank line. Ooh, it's not going to work out. Yeah, we get a full surround. We come in from behind. Never goes off. Takes down the Dragoons. A good half of them fall. We do have a nice storm. Oh my god, the storm does annihilate the bio army there. And we cannot push into this tank line. It's not going to happen. Tanks do siege up in time. Snogstar holding his own. Getting to his tanks. How many do we have? 13. I was about to say, it feels like tanks cost less, like significantly less supply than the SE2 tanks. I'm pretty sure that's the case, because even though Snogstar is at 100 supply, we have 13 tanks, which is crazy. But I guess it's because they do less damage. Meanwhile, drop into the gold. Yeah, this time the gold base is going to be going down. You can see Rodin trying to break through the defensive line across the map, but it's not going to work. Yeah, forced to back off. The base will fall, and we're turning everything around. We're racing back home. Not like this. And at the same time, the Protoss army pushing onto the front lines. Oh, we do bleed out a lot of Stalkers, though. Uh-oh. Bapi overextending. We overextend. Big Novas. But that was an expensive army here for Bapi. Bleeding out a lot of Disruptors. Again, pushing into that siege line with just too many tanks. Drop into the natural, once again getting some more economic damage done. Rodin plummeting in supply. But yeah, it's really interesting to see. I think I mean I'll read the chat after the game to try to catch up, but it does feel like the Brood War armies they're just cheaper in general, and they cost less supply. I mean, that makes up for the fact that we have to make like extra gateways and we can't warp in like immediately or anything like that. But even though the supplies are significantly lower, like they're able to like keep up and maintain themselves against the SE2 army. I say that with collapsing on top of these Dragoons. Keeping up with the Dragoons, drop into the main. We do see the mech army here of Snogstar pushing out, getting within range of the planetary. Oh, but here comes the charges though! There's no support for the tanks. Tanks going to be going down. A big surround here from these Zealots. At the same time, June dropping to the main. The storms are good. Oh my god. The storms are solid. We're going to be able to hold on a little bit longer here, but there's just barely any Protoss left. Yeah, we can't be the production. GG gets called. Rodin taps out. And now it's only Snogstar holding the line, and yeah, only for so long. As the SE2 team, Papi and Mishu, will take the game. Now, what's important here is, I said SE2 team. Initially, Rodin and Snogstar won game 1 with StarCraft 2. Now it's Papi and Mishu, which means we're tied up 1-1. We're going to the ace match. So far, it's been SE2 winning time and time again, but now we're getting into the ace match here, and there can only be one StarCraft 2 team. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. Alright. We'll catch up. We'll catch up. But yes, we're getting ready for that final game, and it looks like for the final game, it's gonna be random versus random. It looks like all the players here are gonna be rolling random. They're not gonna be relying on their main races. Again, this show match is more for fun to kick off the night, so not as serious. But yeah, we'll see what our players do end up rolling. Yeah. Did not have connection home until 2006. Ah, smooch. I used floppy disks in Warcraft 3 replays. Oh my god, let's go. I didn't quite use that. I wasn't that old school. Jesus. But yeah, those were the days. Those were the days. I don't miss it. It's fun fact. It was very similar with Twitch. When Twitch was, or when I started watching tournaments live. Like obviously in 2010 I couldn't watch anything live, like period, just because my internet was so slow. I started watching events live in Heart of the Swarm. That would have been what? End of 2013, beginning of 2014. That's when we got slightly better internet. I think we got 70 kilobytes down, 70 kilobytes, and I could watch it on the lowest setting. Back then Twitch didn't have their settings were low. I think it was low, medium, and high. Like they didn't specify the resolution. It was low, medium, and high. And I could watch it on low, but it would be buffering. It would buffer like every like minute or so. Like it'd be buffering, but I just put up with it. and eventually I think I watched it on mobile. God, what's it called? Resolution? I don't know. Like that's what they had back then. So I think it was like 240p. I think something like that. But anyway, we're diving into this. We are diving in. And in the top left-hand corner of Grayson Ravine. What map is this? I don't... Sorry, I'm not too familiar with the 2v2 maps, but okay, we're loading into Grayson Ravine, and in the top left-hand corner, we have our Brood War players here. We do have both Rodzin and Snogstar as Protoss and Zerg. For the first time, we get Brood War Zerg. Let's go! And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our players rolling SE2. We have Papi alongside Mishu. Papi playing Terran and Mishu playing Zerg. So is anyone playing their main race? No one is playing their main race. I do know that Snogstar does off-race Protoss, so I want to give the edge to him, but this is also Brood War Protoss, so it is very different. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting dynamic here. So we got link speed on the way. And again, so far, whoever plays the StarCraft 2 team has been winning in these matches, but we'll see how that does unfold here. We'll see if that continues to be the case when players are not playing their main races. We shall see. As Overlords are moving out. Interesting, we do have like basically some very defendable natural bases here, but the third is so exposed. Like, what is this map? The third is so very exposed, whether it's the gold down here, whether it's these northern bases. Like, I don't... What kind of map is this? What this feels like a Wings of Liberty map. Like, what the hell? how do you take a third? How do you expand? I mean, I guess to make up for it, there's a lot of gold. Like this, you can see here 2 gold bases and down here as well, but it's still just so awkward. Okay, our Zerg player going to be expanding towards the south, which, I mean, this base does feel a little bit safer. Yeah, I guess. Meanwhile, we're link flooding. We have a massive amount of links here for Rodzen. We have a macro hatch as well. Again, prioritizing not droning, but massive amount of links moving out across the map. More links in production here for Rodzen. The game may end a little bit sooner here as we race across the map. Now, the plus side for this base setup is that, oh no, we already have Dragoons. We already have Dragoons just applying some pressure. SCV is going to be going down, and we're flooding in. We're focusing down the Terran. Not like this. Wait, vultures? Oh, it's a mixture. Oh, okay. My apologies. Sorry, I thought it was SC2 versus SC1. But it looks like this is a Brood War Terran player here, so just we just randed it up hard. Okay, never mind. But we dive into the main base, into the mineral line as well. Bobby struggling with the Vulture, struggling with the SCVs. So many workers going to be going down, and this series may end a little bit faster here. We do have our SC2 Zerg player trying to support. Catches a couple of Dragoons. Not bad. Trading with these lings, but Lassie's being overwhelmed. I mean, we did save a lot of workers here as we transfer towards the low ground, but oh, the Dragoons from the high ground! We get even more SCV kills. Bapi, he is down to how many workers? Down to 17. 1 base economy, and oh, we're losing even more than that. Yeah, down to 6 SCVs. Again, Bailing's gonna be rolling in. That will help against the lings at least. What about the target firing? Up! We get the final Bailing. The teamwork. Yeah, Snock's able to focus on those Bailings. They did not connect. And we are camping Papi. Aye, Papi. GG, well played. Mishu cannot support any longer. And Rodzen and Snockstar will take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. I didn't realize that picking random actually randomizes whether you're SC2 or Brood War as well. So, yeah. Was a lot of chaos ensuing there. Instead, we just went for a Ling rush. I'm a little bit disappointed. I would have loved to have seen a longer macro game on that map because, again, the third base looks so brutal. But, I mean, that's probably why they went for a rush. That's probably why they went all in, just because a longer macro game looked impossible. It just looked really rough. So, yeah, just double down on aggression, sent it across the map. Only 13 drones for the Brood War Zerg player, and yeah, we just were able to break through Papi, break through Mishu, and take the series. Congratulations to Rodzar and Rodzen for taking it in the end. Congratulations, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. Again, I'm very limited in what I've seen from the Brood War from the SC Evolution mod. I remember when they were having the show match in Korea. I think we were casting another tournament at the time, so I wasn't able to watch it. But I should tune into the VODs. Like I enjoy watching Brood War. I used to enjoy watching Brood War back when SSL was a thing. Back with like SSL Challenger, and I guess I would watch ASL alongside it. I think there was no, sorry, not ASL. I think I watched SSL and KSL back in the day. I say back in the day. This was pretty recent. I guess like 2016-ish, 2017. I enjoy it. The problem is that I just don't have time. I just don't have time to watch Brood War and to keep up with it, just because we're casting so much, and if I'm not casting, I'm doing other things, like I'm editing VODs and making thumbnails. Apparently. But yeah, maybe I'll try to tune into the show matches that they had at Korea. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Rodzen and Snockstar. And with that, we are wrapping up our show matches. We are going to be wrapping up our show matches, and we're going to be getting ready for the group stage. Now, the group stage is scheduled to start in 15 minutes, but we might start a little bit faster here once our players get ready. Quickly heading over to the bracket. Let's actually have a look ourselves. Here we go. Okay, from the top, I just need a moment to get into the group stage to dive into this. Bam! Okay, from the top, we have four groups of four, 16 players in total, and in Group A we have a Laser, we have Matrix. We did see Matrix in the chat. Again, Matrix is going to be competing as well. We have Rodzen and Daniela, papi, Daniela. Let's go. So 1 Zerg player, 3 Protoss. A Laser is going to be the heavy favorite in this group, but we'll see who's able to make it out second. I mean, Rodzen is going to be, I think, poised to take second place, but best of luck to Matrix and Danielo for causing upsets and trying to fight back against a Laser and Rodzen. Best of luck. Heading over to Group B, we have Cristiano as the number 1 seed. We have Aristri as the number 2, I would say. But Mishu is also quite competitive. We just saw him in the Brood War show match, or in the SC Evolution show match. I do think that Mishu has it in him to fight back against Aristri and maybe contest against Cristiano. It's again going to be quite difficult, but best of luck to Mishu. Again, Cristiano and Aristri are going to be the favorite players. We also have Nanian coming in. I'm unfamiliar with Nanian. Unfamiliar, but I'm excited to see how they're able to compete. Heading over to Group C, we have Geralt. We have Herolit? Trifax and Fnatic. Geralt and Trifax going to be the favorite players. Best of luck to Fnatic. I do think he can definitely contest against Trifax at least, maybe even against Geralt. So we'll see how that series does unfold, or that group does unfold. Again, I'm unfamiliar with Herolit, a little bit unfamiliar, but ready to be introduced. And over in Group D, we have Papi, we have Creepy, we have Snogstar and Happe. Okay, so Papi and Snogstar are going to be the favorite players there, but best of luck to Creepy and Happe as well to making it through. Interesting, we are missing a player. We're missing a key player. Who is the Galactic Battle Champion, Spirit. Spirit is not here. Spirit is missing. So, yeah, it looks like without Spirits, this is going to be a little bit more up in the air. This is going to be a little bit more up in the air. So, yeah, I'm excited to see who can take it this time around. Again, Spirits, I would say, is the best player in, I would say is the best player in Poland. And we've seen him time and time again go up against all these big names and come out on top. A Laser, you know, contesting against him, definitely. But Spirit is usually the one coming out on top. Without Spirit here, it's a little bit more up in the air. So I'm ready. I'm excited. I wish the best of luck here to all of our lovely players. Again, the group stage is soon to begin, and we'll be getting into the playoffs thereafter. Again, a full day of StarCraft, 1 day, and all these matches are going to be played out. It's going to be a long day, Pat. It's going to be a long day. Let's go. So until then, we're going to be going on a short break. It looks like Vitos are done, and we're getting our lobby ready. Looks like we're going to be diving into, I believe, Aristri versus Mishu first, which makes sense. I do think they're both very comparable in skill. I do think they're very, very close in skill here, and yeah, we just need a moment to set them up. Likewise, they're getting ready on stage or in their, I think, booths, question mark. So, yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will be jumping into a bit of a ZVT. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our first match of the night. I mean, we just had a show match, true, in the 2v2 formats, but we are back with our 1v1s. We are back with the group stage of the House of Galactic Battle number 2 by Enderfi. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Terran, our Polish Terran player representing Team Sentry. It is Mishu. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Platinum Esports. It is Aristri. Aristri opening up with a very safe 15-15 opener. Meanwhile, Mishu spicing things up already with a proxy 3 racks. I don't see 1, I don't see 2, I see 3 SCVs being sent across the map to proxy. We do have our racks in production. A very committed, very cheesy build. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen proxy 3 racks here in this matchup. It's been a very long time, so I'm ready. I'm excited to embrace this, as thankfully for Aristri, with a 15-15, what does this mean? This means faster lings and faster queens, as we have delayed our gases, and gas does not matter in the initial defense against 3 racks. Again, we don't need ling speed to defend, or need roaches to defend, or anything like that. And then I say 3 racks, oh my god, we're doubling down, we're getting into 4 racks. We might pull the boys. We might end up pulling the boys with our eventual timing here. I mean, this is going to be a very committed all-in. There is very little kind of room here to transition out of this if this does not work. The goal here is not to kill the natural, it's to kill Aristri. It's to maybe even ignore the natural, go straight into the main base and try to get as much damage done as possible. This is as all-in as you can get as a Terran player this early on, and oh boy, Marines are amassing. Meanwhile, Aristri, he is now scouting with his Overlord, will confirm that, or should confirm that there is nothing on the low ground, that there is no racks in the main. And here we go, we now aware of what's going on. Marines have been revealed. Oh, the Overlord under fire! Uh-oh. And the Overlord looks like it's going to be shut down, and we don't supply block yet, but we're soon about to be spine crawlers on the low ground. Oh, this is not the place to be. Again, we don't need to hold on to the natural, we need to hold on to the main. And the first queen is going to get surrounded. Oh no! The queen survives! We pull back! A bit of a misclick there by Mishu. He does not focus it down. Somehow, someway, the queen does live the spine crawlers. They're finishing. Very impressive stuff here. I mean, again, my apologies. I assumed that we would have to give up on the natural, but because it was a 15-15 opener, we have the queens that much faster. We have the lings that much faster. Spine crawlers are getting in position, and we are looking to shut this down. Just gathering energy for a transfuse. This first spine crawler does barely survive. And there's that transfuse, keeping that spine crawler up and running. Third spine crawler on the way. Aristri completely shutting this down. I mean, there's still a lot of Marines, and then we go, the boys that have arrived. We've mentioned it before, the boys have been pulled, and we don't have many drones to pull here as well to defend. We need to. Do we have another transfuse? We need a couple of seconds. Yeah, 1 spine crawler is going to be targeted. We need a couple more seconds here as the second spine crawler goes down. So we're getting us up the queens, and it looks like Mishu has done it. For a moment there, I was like, maybe we can defend the natural, but the answer is no. The natural cannot be defended. The main base now compromised. No queens, barely any lanes, no spine crawlers left. Mishu has done it. Mishu, he has done it. So he busts on in, boys being pulled, so many drones going down. And the first upset of the day, GG gets called. Mishu takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Very solid cheese there out of Mishu, and some overconfidence out of Aristri. So, the way this usually works, when you're up against a 4-axe, once you identify what it is, usually you give up on the natural, because, again, losing the natural base doesn't mean anything. You know, you're not behind if you lose that hatchery. You're still ahead, you still have a better economy, and we saw Aristri trying to hold on to that low ground. I feel like if you do, then you do need workers there to pull the boys as well, but alas, we saw that Aristri just did not have enough. He lost control of the low ground, and that was the end of the game then and there. It was a wild dynamic there, a wild game. GG, Mishu takes a lead, and Aristri is favored. Aristri is supposed to take this series, but now he's up against the wall. He's up against the wall, and can we bring it back? Here we go. As we are loading it. Aristry a little bit upset, smudging a little bit after that loss. But here we go. We do have game number 2. Going to be loading into Crimson Court. And the question becomes, alright, Mishu, what do you have in store for us for game number 2? How do we close out this series, or do we force an ace match? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Polish Zerg player. Polish Zerg, the blue Zerg player representing Platinum Esports. It is Aristry down in this series. And he has to fight back here right now as he's once again opening up 15-15 and spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have the red Terran player, also from the land of Poland, representing Team Sentry. It is Mishu. Leading the series 1-0. One more game is all he needs to take the series, and that would be an insane upset. Coming into this, Aristry is the favorite player. Give us a standard game, give us a macro game, and Aristry should be taking it. But Mishu says no. Does deny that to Aristry in that first game. But now we're settling into game 2. What kind of turn will we take? Where will he take us? Where will Mishu take us? As for now, stay there. No proxies this time. But meanwhile, again, Aristry is still going for a bit of a safer opener with that hatchery into spawning pool. He's going to be settling in. Mission success. True. Ahí está. Ay. Yeah, we are going to be settling in. And it is just going to be a rack expand out of Mishu, so a standard opener from our Terran player. Likewise, Aristry mining through these gold minerals, looking to gain access to the linear third base to take a bit of a safer expansion here towards the left-hand side. Again, I say safer because to gain access to this location, you have to knock down these rocks, you have to mine through these minerals. It takes quite a bit of effort to actually gain access to this side of the map, so it is going to be relatively safe, at least until Mishu does invest in that. Again, drop play can bypass all these walls, definitely, but it does take a little bit longer to get into that. So Aristry just trying to fortify himself and settle in towards the mid game. First Reaper does move out. Ling's already up and running. We do pick up our first Ling though. Queens are on the way and it looks like they should spawn in just in time. Throwing this pull the way we do save it. Up! Up! Oh my god, that was close. That was very close. But Aristry does keep his workers alive. And we do see Mishu opening up with a third CC before Starport. A very economic build actually, much more macro focused. We can see kind of both different sides here of Mishu. We have the hyper aggression in game 1 and now the hyper greed in game 2. The most macroeconomic build you can go for. Reaper dips in. But the Queen is in position. We're going to be able to stutter over and shoo it away. Reaper is going to be shooed away. Again, we're just selling into our 2A setup. Gas is now being taken. Now, because the gas is so late, because Ling speed is going to be so delayed, because again, we've been playing gasless this entire time, usually this leads into roaches. There it is, roach 1 has been thrown down. And the reason why we see roach play is because Ling speed is so late that it's not really worth investing into anymore. So you just skip the Lings, you get into earlier roaches instead to have something to defend against the Hellions. Again, because Ling speed is so late, you're going to have Snowlings for so long, Hellions, they can just have their way with you. Hellions will just completely pull you apart, so roaches are necessary, they're required to survive. Oh, as Mishu is going 3cc into something very different, into a fusion core. 3cc BC. Okay. Now this can lead into mech. I mentioned during the Brood War show match how Mishu played mech when he played Brood War Terran. And I was like, yo, like, he does do this quite often when he plays StarCraft 2 as well. Like, play mech, I mean. So, this looks like the beginnings of mech. It is going to be a Viking first. The goal of this Viking is to shut down the Overlord, is to make sure and ensure that Aristry does not scout and does not recognize what's going on. Yeah, the Overlord is going to be shut down. And we shouldn't see too much here. We do get eyes on the tech lab, and that is a bit of a tell that something is wrong, something is amiss. There we go, spores are being thrown down. It looks like Viking into Banshee even. So Aristry is getting ready for that with the leaf spore crawlers. Has yet to confirm the BC. Now, I'm sure Aristry is familiar with Mishu, so BC might be on the mind as well for our Zerg player. Do you have Cyclone production again? BC into mech. Is what we expected. And we'll see how Aristry is able to respond. How many queens do we have? 6. A bit of a lower queen count. Thankfully, we're already investing into roaches. Roaches will do well against the mech army of Mishu. Overlord is going to be forced back. Is going to be shut down. Oh! Ooh. The Overlord will fall. It's going to be 2 Overlord kills so far, and there's still more Overlords out on the map. They were not pulled back home. A little bit risky there by Aristry. Now we're investing into Ling Speed. This should be Ling Bane Roach Ravager as our army composition. Aristry is expanding, or is saturating his 3rd. Not quite taking a 4th yet. I'm sure we will once the rocks get knocked down. Meanwhile, the first BC has arrived. Instantly, we see a Spire on the way. Spire is thrown down here at the 3rd. It is looking a little bit vulnerable, but Queens are coming into support. We have Transfuse. The BC will force out a couple of the Transfuses, but should not get a Queen kill. So we are keeping up. Overseer into the main, confirms the mech, confirms the armory. And we do focus on a couple of workers, but we're not gonna get much more, so we do teleport back home. 5 drone kills is all we do get. More BCs on the way. We have a 2nd battlecruiser, now a 3rd battlecruiser in production as well. With the Spy, we should be working towards Corruptors. We can try to go Muta first, but if the BC count gets too high, Mutas, they can be a little bit lackluster. We'll see. See what we go for. As the 2nd BC is moving out, Aristry getting his 4th. 4th is on the way. We pick up a couple of workers. 2 drones go down. Aristry is doing a similar build to Cell vs. Mario. I mean, this build has been around for a couple of years now. And we catch 2 queens. Very nicely done. Yamato is done. We catch a couple of queens. 5 drones as well. Very nice damage, actually. Corruptors are still on the way. We get another queen. Yeah, things are escalating very quickly here in favor of Mishu. At the same time, Big Roach counterattack here across the map. It does force a teleport from the BCs, and we do defend. Honestly, that was a really good time to teleport because Corruptors are still on the way. They just popped out. So able to pull back, preserve the BCs, and defend. But if you remember, this build was popularized. Oh god, what was it? Not Cosmic Sapphire. We brought up this map earlier, the other day. It was two seasons ago, 2 map pools ago. It was, oh god. It was a small map. I'll remember it. But the rationale for this build is if you're opening up defensively, like on a map like Goldenor, for example, or Radiz's Station, you can open up Gasless the way that we have, just because this 3rd base is so secure. We have our Hellions harassing across the map, hitting that 5th. Roach is able to keep up. Oh, it's bothering me, so I'm looking it up. I'm looking up the map. Not any of these. Again, just trying to get eyes on saturation. We're going to be doubling down here, getting into Thor production to help support the air army. And here we go. Mishu is pushing right through the center. Has maxed out. Files up. Ooh. Going to be taking down at least a couple of these initial tanks. Roach Ravager pushing forward. Yamato's going to be going up. And 1 BC goes down. It looks like the Roach Ravager cannot quite break through this. Yeah, the tanks on the ground, they do hold the line. Likewise, we're going to be able to focus on another BC. No, the repairs! The repairs are too good. The BCs hold on. And Mishu, okay, doesn't have enough to keep pushing, but he does hold on. Did take a much more efficient fight. And is now getting his own fifth. Ay, ay, ay. Near Humanity, that's it. Near Humanity is the map that I was referring to. If you remember that map, Near Humanity was a map that this was very popular on, just because the natural was so narrow, the entry point to the natural, likewise leading into the third, so you can afford to open up castles. Similar concept to the third base here. But yeah, it was very trendy on Near Humanity. Well, there was another map in that map pool. It was Near Humanity and there's another tank gonna be, 2 tanks go down the low ground. Was it Babylon? No, not quite Babylon. But there was a second map there was a second map in that map pool as well. Regardless, Aristry force back is settling in. Now the scary thing about this kind of dynamic that's occurring right now is the fact that Mishu has a booming economy. Like, we're on 5 bases, soon to be 6 as we're taking the base here on the right hand side. And Aristry just hasn't been able to contest against this. Again, this map can be a little bit awkward. You have to knock down these rocks to gain access to this base here on the left hand side or rotate around. Likewise here, the base on the right is also very secure. Laying around by gets a couple of workers. But because these fringe bases have been left alone, like Mishu's economy is insane, it's booming. And yeah, we're kind of getting out of control here. Aristry is working towards Broodlords, but it's going to take a while to really get into that. The other downside here for Aristry with Broodlords is there's 0-0. No upgrades. There's no +1 range, there's no +1 range, oh sorry, air attack or air carapace. There's no upgrades for those Broodlords. The tanks are caught on siege. Yeah, Ling Bane diving in, and this is a good opportunity here for Aristry. Getting on top of the tanks. Yeah, massive catch. Yeah, the tank line goes down, another tank as well. The best fight that Aristry could hope for. Does set a step forward, and gets another Thor. Now we can rotate around. There's a planetary in position, so not going to be a free trade here, but we're going to attempt to focus it down while taking down SCVs. And can we get the planetary? Oh, it's getting low. Up. It's getting low, but not quite. The planetary will survive. Aristry has to back off. He only got 2 SCVs, but he reset the tank count. Looking at the army sizes here, we still have a decent tank count with 8. But Mishu is going to be slowed down. Meanwhile, Aristry now working towards his Ultra Cavern. We do have the Greater Spire, but no air upgrades yet. We are rolling in. Again, looking to punish this planetary. And the Baneling should bring it down. There we go. That's going to be a kill on the planetary. Corruptor's coming in. There's only 1 Thor on the low ground, or 1 Thor on the ground. Only 1 Thor to support. Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be cleaning up almost every single BC. We get 14 SCVs as well. Finally, Aristry is doing some kind of damage here to the economy of Mishu. Damage is being done. Mishu, meanwhile, expanding on the right-hand side. The scary thing here is that Aristry still has not gained access to this. Like, these rocks are still up and running. The minerals are still up and running. Like, these bases are so secure. So Mishu can sustain himself, is what I'm getting at. He can sustain himself here. Lings, they dive in, getting on top of some of these tanks. 2, 3 tanks going down. Once again, not enough support. Where the Hellions, the Hellbats, the Cyclones that will not hear every tank going down. Lings able to close that distance. Behind this, now we have some Hellions trickling in. But it's a little bit too little, too late. So get 11 more workers. Now, again, with these expansions, Mishu can still remax, but we're bleeding out so much. It's having some rough fights. There we go. Now we're getting him back into Hellion production. And Aristry able to get a little more breathing room here. His fresh base is up and running. Is now mining through the right-hand side. Very important that he mines through these minerals at least. To be able to harass. As we do see Mishu still trying to fight for control of this area, of this base, but he just cannot. Yeah, Vipers have arrived. Tanks sieging up in the back line. But barely out of range of the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. We're diving in. And massive blinding clouds on so many tanks. But the ghosts, they don't care. They don't care about your blinding clouds. They're able to snipe, able to force us back. Mishu not taking a bad fight. He bleeds out 4 workers, but he retains his tanks. He retains his ghosts. That's the best fight that Mishu has had in a while. Does hold on. Also, I love that we have actually intentionally left some mineral patches here. This does create a more narrow choke point that you can use to your advantage against a ground-based Zerg army. So I do like this. Meanwhile, Aristry is expanding. Ultra's on the way. I'm still really not liking the fact that Aristry has a lot of gas to work with, but has yet to invest into these upgrades to be ready for a Broodlord switch. Not saying that we have to, but it would be ideal if it was set up, if it was already set up as well. Hello, Planetary. And you're going to be thrown down towards the south. Oh, we do have detection. Oh, no! Yeah, we catch the Ghost. Ghost goes down, and now we see Aristry rotating towards the right-hand side. And we're going to be trading a base for a base. Now, what's important is that this base here on the bottom right is more important to Mishu as it is a fresher mining base. Top left has been mining for a lot longer. Pull away the workers. The Planetary goes down. And Nursery is expanding on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Mishu is not stopping. Neither is Aristry. We're going full base trade. So far, trading one base for another. Collapsing on top of another Planetary. Planetary goes down. The Ghost Academy is exposed. The production's exposed. And we're going to be camping these Raxes. Camping the Ghosts. Ghost Academy going to be going down. At the same time, Mishu keeps on pushing. Gets a second hatchery. Going for the center base as well. And we do see Aristry turning back around. Does leave a couple of Lings to deal a little bit of extra damage. Raxes did fall. Likewise, Mishu also rotating out. Leaving a couple of Hellbats behind. Link's trying to catch the army, but we got plenty of Hellbats. And we're even going for some of the tech. Okay, so as the dust settles and as Mishu keeps pushing, Aristry, he's down to 2 bases. He's down to 2 bases mining. Mishu is on, I mean, he's got top left. He's got the center base as well. 2.5. We have 2 bases for Aristry, 2.5 bases for Mishu. I mean, I should say, he's got the bases. What about the workers? Saturation is not quite there. Oof. So we are lacking those SCVs, muling our hearts out. Here we go, Mishu pushing right through the center. Mishu does have this army supply lead. He's up 50 army supply. Oh my god. It's got a massive ground army. Now would be a beautiful moment for Broodlords. And we have them. Let's go. I mean, what's our anti-air? We have Ghosts. We have 1 Thor. Like, no Vikings, no BCs. But we're getting back into Thor production. And again, I spoke about this earlier. The downside to these Broodlords is the upgrades. We have none. We have 0 upgrades here for these Broodlords. So they're not going to hit too hard. Or as hard as they otherwise could have. Mishu re-expanding. Moving out, he's maxed out, so is Aristry. Bearing in mind, because of the low SCV count, the low worker count of Mishu, his army is massive. He has a super maxed army. Aristry, a lot of supplies tied up in drones instead. Okay, we do have infestors coming in. Neural's being researched. Bungle is ready. But can this army be stopped? Decent bailing connections. But the tank line is insane. We have some nice blinding clouds. We do catch 1 Thor. How many Broodlords do we have left? 5 Broodlords. Did I say 5? Down to 4. The ghosts are coming in. The snipes. We sniped the Broodlords out of the sky. 1-0 Broodlords left. And it looks like Mishu is pulling this off. Mishu is crazy, man. Banelings are being shut down. Roach Ravager as well. This was not the fight to take. We snipe every single Broodlord, every single Viper. And Mishu is snowballing out of control, pushing on in. GG gets called, and Mishu will take the 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Mishu as he will take the series 2-0. Again, we had a 1 base all in game 1. It was proxy 4 racks when we and as well as pulling the boys. Here in game 2, we saw something a little bit different. We saw a more macro-oriented game. It was 3 CC before Starport into BC into Mech, and a big kind of dynamic that was occurring here is the fact that it took a very long time for Aristery to start punishing the fringe bases of Mishu. Mishu's economy was booming for so long. He was able to take these fringe bases on the left and right hand side, and they were uncontested for far too long. And part of that is also the map, right? Crimson Court is known for this because it does take extra effort to actually gain access to these locations on the map, to knock down these rocks, to mine through these minerals. It is a big feature, and it is also why it's usually vetoed. That's something else I should bring up is this playstyle and what occurred here is boosted by the map itself, and it is a little bit on Aristery for not vetoing Crimson Court, as Crimson Court is typically vetoed here in this matchup. So yeah, especially considering if he knew that Mishu likes playing mech. Otherwise, we did need to be more active and more proactive when it comes to harassing and knocking down these rocks and you know, heading over on the right hand side as well. Eventually Aristery did punish some of these bases. Eventually he was able to knock some of them down, but by that point it was a little bit too late. It was too late. Mishu had already maxed out and gained so many benefits from those bases. And GG, well played. Congratulations to Mishu. My condolences to Aristery, but that is a big upset. I would rate Aristery a little bit higher than Mishu here, at least in my mind, when it comes to their accolades and their performances and their results. So that is a big win for Mishu. And with that, we are going to be going on a small break. And we're going to be getting ready for the rest, or for the next series in the group stage. Quickly double checking here. Do we have any other results? Do we have any other updates? It looks like we do. Oh my god. Yeah, we have a lot of updates actually. Quickly going over them, it looks like a laser took down Danielo. We had Rodzen taking down Matrix as well. Actually, let's switch on over. Have a look at the bracket. Okay, we have Laser 2-0ing Danielo. We have Rodzen 2-0ing Matrix. A laser up against Rodzen is going to be occurring. I think we're going to be casting that on this channel. It's going to be a fun ZVP. We have Cristiano taking down Nanian. Mishu 2-0ing Aristery. Again, I would say that this is so far the biggest upset of the tournament, is Mishu taking down Aristery. Checking over on the other side, we have Trifax taking this series 2-0. And no updates from Group D. So, yeah, just results are trickling on in, and I believe our next series should be a lasers match, but we'll double check. I mean, we could just follow Cristiano. Oh, sorry, Mishu into Cristiano. It's possible. We'll see. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have our next series. We'll have our next match. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I apologize for the extended break, but I was able to get some food. I was able to eat some, I was able to get some food inside me. But we are now diving into our second series of the night. Again, for those that are maybe tuning in just now, welcome to the House of Galactic Battle number 2. This is an offline event. It is an offline finals in the land of Poland. We have a massive group stage and a playoff bracket thereafter. We are poised to go for a full at least 12 hours, maybe even more than that. I'm ready, I am excited, and we are only in our second series of the group stage. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our yellow Zerg player from the land of Poland representing Aftermath. It is Snogstar. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from the land of Poland. Currently teamless, it is a CranKy. Now again, we are still in the group stage of the tournament. We had a wild series to kick things off earlier. We even had a 2v2 show match at the start of the day as well. But in that previous series, we had Aristri versus Mishu. Aristri was favored, but Mishu was able to flex out the cheese and flex out the mech as well, and able to bring down Aristri in a massive upset. Now, I'm looking for the same. CranKy is more of an unknown player to me. If you're maybe a little bit more familiar with CranKy, then let me know. But when it comes to the more competitive scene, I've seen very little of CranKy. Meanwhile, Snogstar, he's an animal. He is the cheesiest Zerg player in Europe. I think I would go that far, and it's a 13-12. Let's go. It's a gas first. Gas first here from Snogstar. We are going to be expanding behind this. So my apologies, not quite a 13-12, but gas first nonetheless. With this, we can rush into link speed very quickly and rush into either a fast Roach Warren, maybe a Bane Bust, just a Link Flood. You can see here we pull out of gas. Okay. A big tell. We pulled out of gas, so it is only going to be fast link speed for Snogstar. No Banelings to support or Roaches. Regardless, aggression from our yellow Zerg player as Lings are on the way. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a CranKy going for his Rax expand. There is a hidden SCV. This looks like maybe a position for a proxy. Okay. We're coming in for a scout, thankfully. We're moving in from a more unorthodox position. We'll get eyes on the late expansion and does get eyes on the Lings as well as they do pop out. So a big scout here from CranKy. He's aware of what's going on. And can we defend in time? It is going to be Marine first out of CranKy. Oh, that is risky. Hopefully we did notice the Lings, because the Marine is going to be chasing this down, and that means that the Marine is going to be that much more exposed. So there's the Marine after that initial Reaper. Reaper does come home, so CranKy's aware. He's aware of the more aggressive build. And with the help of this Reaper, we can maybe preserve this Marine. Their little survive, gets shoot away. Lings do make it across the map. Link speed still 10 seconds away. Are we done with the Marine? No! Marine does go down. Nice start of stepping here from CranKy. Does focus down 2 Lings, then out to 4. Only 4 Lings remaining, but Link speed kicks in! Oh, we do get away. Whew. Very clutch move there by CranKy. Does get away with that Reaper, but more Lings are amassing. We focus down 2 more SCVs. We apply pressure to that command center. You can see that Snogstar wants to try to bait out that red. No! He wants to bait out the Reaper, and he does! The Reaper does get shut down. And the Reaper falls. Hellions are just now producing, but this is basically going to take a lot of damage. No mining whatsoever at the National. We force a lift. Do force that lift, getting another SCV on the high ground. And back at home, we're droning. Back at home, we are droning up. Again, it was just for fast link speed to catch the Terran player off guard, and we did. We did catch him off guard. We really need a food emote. True, we have a veg emote. We need a food emote. 100%. We need like a duck eating ramen. Like a, oh yeah, let's go. Like a duck like slurping ramen, like Naruto style. Let's go. I can get behind that. I can. Beautiful. As we do see CranKy rotating around. Ramen duck. Exactly. Shin duck. Beautiful. As CranKy is moving out, he is going to be being active here across the map. Rotating over towards the third base, getting eyes on it. Does confirm the third on the way at least, but we're able to keep up overall. Ling's going to be avoiding those Hellions moving out across the map instead. Yeah, Snogstar could even try to get a surround on these Hellions or just go for a backstab. Back at home, what do we have? The wall is not a wall. There is, I believe, a hole in between the depot and that CC, and we flood in. We flood in, the wall not fully secure. We get on top of the third CC, and can we force a cancel? It's gonna be close. Up. Oh, we can. Third base is gonna be canceled. SCV is gonna be going down. We force back the Hellions. They race back home. And this has just been a really rough start for CranKy. Looking at the Unislots tab here, at 7 SCVs have fallen. We delay the third base. It's going to be a 1-1-1 instead, getting into bio, not into mech, but the Overlord will confirm everything as the Overlord sees all and knows all. Now, there's a tech lab on the starport, so we can go Liberator into Banshee, technically. I'm sorry, I should say Viking into Liberator Banshee. We could attempt to, but yeah, we could just go for the add-on swap instead. Overlord will be shut down. Hellions threatening a dive, but we have Roaches back at home. Again, it's going to be a Roach heavy style out of Snogstar. No Bailing Nest. Just now getting to our Evo chambers for our upgrades. Snogstar does maintain control of his side of the map, even catching these Hellions. Oof. Hellions are shut down. Not like this. And CranKy, he's got quite a bit to catch back up on. We have quite a road to travel here. This is going to be an uphill battle for CranKy. And he's honestly a little bit vulnerable now. Thankfully, we have a tank on the high ground. But these Roaches, they can knock down these depots. The depots are exposed. The Hellions can't really do too much. There is a Marauder, but... Oh, yeah, just the one Marauder. Tanks are sieging. We can knock down these Roaches. Hellion gets shut down. We do overextend. Ooh, bleeding out every single Roach. That was a bit of an overextension by Snogstar. Could have gone the depot and backed off, but got a little bit greedy. Did get a little bit greedy in the end. And behind this, it is going to be range upgrades. We're committed into Roaches and going into Hydras. This looks like Roach Ravager into a Hydra Lurker Viper. I say that we're still waiting for the Infestation Pit, for that Hive Tech. For now, just Roach Hydra, I suppose. No further tech yet. The Liberator has arrived, going to be threatening these mineral lines. Hellions likewise moving out as well. So far, good reactions here from Snogstar. Oh, going to be losing a Queen. Just the one, though. The other does escape. There's that Infestation Bit for Snogstar. Again, this should be for a Hive Tech for Vipers and eventually Lurker production. As we are lacking splash damage against the Bio Army of CranKy. Third base finally being taken, but again, this third base is so delayed. And honestly, the onus, the pressure is on CranKy here to harass, to go for drop play, to maybe be greedy and throw down a 4cc immediately, to do something here, something a little bit more drastic, just because he is behind. Speaking of drastic, Snogstar is pushing out. We have a good amount of Roaches, we have 1-1 upgrades, we have some Ravagers on the way as well. But this third base looking quite vulnerable. There are some tanks, that is true. There's one tank on the high ground that's within range. The others need to be repositioned. But these tanks on low ground are going to be that much more vulnerable. Yeah, we're diving in. Tanks are sieging up. The Bio Army is exposed. Yeah, we get the surround. Bile's going to be connecting. The first tank falls, and we can get the other. The tank on the high ground is safe, at least for now. But what about the low ground? We get all the tanks, we get the bio, we're getting into the SCVs. We have high ground vision, no! We have high ground vision with the Overseer. The third tank falls as well, and it looks like Snogstar should be able to break through as he gets every single SCV at the third. And there's just not much to protect the natural. The tank almost reset. GG gets called, and Snogstar will take game number 1. GG. A solid game 1 there from Snogstar. Again, a very aggressive start. Remember, it was a gas first into pool, into hatchery. With that fast gas, we rushed into link speed, and we were able to shut down the natural base, get quite a bit of damage done early on, and follow that up as well with the Roach aggression. So, yeah, again, a very active style here from Snogstar. I think I'll also have to update his team. I think for a while, Snogstar was on Platinum Esports, but, yeah, he has joined a new team. When did he join Aftermath? Oh. we'll have to update that. We'll update the team. All good. And we're getting ready for game number 2. So just double checking. It looks like we were on Platinum Esports for a while, and interesting. So apparently Snogstar left Platinum Esports and joined Aftermath Esports a couple of days ago. Less than a week. Okay, so just a week actually. On the 1st. The 1st of June is when Snogstar joined his new team. So really cool to see. Just updating that on my end. Here we go. Getting ready for game number 2 again. Snogstar does lead the series 1-0, as you can see. And we're getting ready for that second game. Again, Snogstar is the favorite player coming into this. But I want to believe that CranKy can take it to Snogstar, especially if we're able to get a handle in the early game. Like, if we're not starting off from behind, if we're not starting off crippled with the rough economy, like, I'm sure we can have a more dynamic matchup. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of site Delta, we have our blue Terran player from the land of Poland. Representing himself, it is CranKy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the yellow Zerg player representing Aftermath Esports. It is Snogstar. One game away from advancing on here into the winner's match of the group stage. It is one game away from taking this series. And once again, gas first. Once again, it's a gas first build from Snogstar. Gas into pool, into hatchery. What does this mean? Just like the last game, fast link speed. Now, we will keep an eye on this gas because we could stay in. If you remember last game, we pulled out of gas once we got 100 for link speed, and we didn't commit any harder than that. If we stay in gas, we could go link speed into a Baneling nest as well for a Bane bust, or into even a faster H4. We have options. So we'll see if we stay in or if we pull out. Meanwhile, across the map, CranKy opening up once again with a standard opener. It's going to be a Rax expand. We should be working towards an SCV scout. Oh. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Wait, what? What is going on? What is happening? Snogstar going for the natural of his own volition here. So this looks like he wants to fake it all in. It looks like his goal is for the SCV to come forward, to see that there is no expansion, and then to overreact as we pull out. Okay, we have pulled out of gas, so the mind games are real. The mind games are very real here for Snogstar. SCV checks the triangular third base first before going to the natural. Lings are moving out, and Snogstar should be droning from here. SCV dips in, and the SCV will see nothing. And he's like, ah, there is no expansion. And just like that, how do we react back at home? We have our Marine on the way. We're going to be walling off with our reactor. Wait, what's this? Okay, Reaper first. Reaper first into Marine. Reaper's out on the map. But we have not forced a cancel on the CC. No, we get the surround! No, oh my god, we barely get away. Whew. We barely do get away. Reaper does escape the Marine. I can't say the same for that. And can we delay that command center? Can we force a cancel? That is going to be huge. SCV going to be zoned back. And we do have additional Lings on the way. For now, the CC is delayed. Additional Lings in production. Oh, not quite in production, but they're making their way across the map. Link speed kicks in. Speed does kick in. We focus down those Marines. We get 1. We get 2. Yeah, we just maintain control of the low ground. Back at home, Snogstar is expanding. And we don't have enough Lings to force a cancel, unfortunately. Like, oh my god. But, oh, nice target firing out of CranKy. Oh no! Oh my god. Calm down. Very nice target firing, does get a Ling. But again, we just cannot quite expand yet until we get our Hellions. Now with our Hellions, we can focus on rebuilding the CC and get it up and running. We should be okay. If we had even 3 more Lings, then maybe we could have forced a cancel, but alas. We did bleed out a little bit too much. And now we're calming things down. We're expanding. But that was a very nice win for Snogstar. Again, he didn't get the ideal. He didn't get a cancel on the base, but he did delay it for so long. That is a massive delay in the economy here for CranKy. CranKy focusing on his 1-1-1 follow-up. Going for a delayed third base. A much more aggressive build out of CranKy. Interesting. So much more aggressive here as the starport is already done. Hellions are amassing. There'll be a Viking first. Ooh, and do you see what I see? I see a hidden Bailey nest behind the middle line. This is a very early Bailey nest. This is around a 4-minute Bailey nest timing. This tells us that Snogstar wants to be aggressive. I mean, you could argue this is just a really safe way to open up. True. But the lair is about to finish. Bailey nest is now done. This tech is just so fast for Snogstar. With these double gas minings here, I mean, we could go one of two ways. Maybe the Bailey nest is safe and we're working towards a spire. Like with both gases mining, we have a lot of gas to work with. Ah, I see. It's not going to be for the spire, it's going to be for dropper lords. Okay. We don't have it. Okay, I was about to say we don't have Overlord speed. I think this is late. I think this is a mistake. In the sense that I think we need to start this much earlier. We had the gas for it. We had the gas for Overlord speed, but we did not start it yet. So these dropper lords are a little bit premature. Do you hate to see it? It's going to take a while for them to really kick in, but we have an extra wave of queens on the way. We have more lings in production as well. We're going for a massive doom drop into the main base. And CranKy does have Hellions and will have a tank by the time the army hits. But I don't think we're going to have Stim. Ooh, Hellions.
Complete.
Threatening a dive. Not much of them to defend. We have one queen. The dropper lords for a moment there, they were turning back around. Drones are falling. There's some big damage. The drones are lined up. No! The barbecue is real. We get 6 worker kills, 7 worker kills. Not a bad attack there by those Hellions, by CranKy. Liberator into the main base. Workers are going down. But Snogstar doesn't care. Not anymore. We are completely all in. One way or another, the game will end. And this needs to get damage done. What do we have in the main? We have one tank. It's on siege. No, we have one tank to defend. We have a couple of Hellions. There's barely an army. There's barely anything here. Boys are being pulled. Bailey's a crash on top of the SCVs. Massive connections. The tank goes down. Was unable to siege in time. And it looks like Snogstar has control of the main. May have lost workers across the map. GG gets called. And Snogstar will take this series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, CranKy, he missed the dropper lords. He did not see them coming, had no idea what to get ready for, as he was getting damage done with his Hellions and Liberators, true, but he was woefully underprepared back at home as he missed the signs. He did notice, he should have noticed the fast lair. That should have been a tell, but he did miss the Overlords themselves, or the dropper lords, and yeah, that caught him off guard. In the end, GG, well played. Congratulations to Snogstar for taking the series 2-0. My condolences to CranKy as he is knocked down to an elimination match. Is going to be knocked down. And with that, we're going to be getting ready for our next series here. Let's quickly hop on over and have a look at the bracket. Let's quickly hop on over. Oh. As, my apologies, I did actually forget to do something. Let's have a look at the bracket. We'll refresh exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Exclamation mark B, and I'll quickly go over them as well. Just one moment here. One moment as we're getting ready. Okay, here we go. From the top, I think we already went over these updates, but yes, we have a Laser versus Rodson as the winners match in Group A. That is going to be our next series. A Laser versus Rodzin is going to be coming up next on the channel. So yeah, I just forgotten a logos mod, but should be up and running for us. So we do have our initial winners match here. And scrolling on over, we do have other updates coming in. I mean, we already saw this. We have Cristiano versus Mishu coming up next in Group B. We have Geralt taking down Fnatic 2-0. Trifax taking down Harold. Howlit 2-0 as well. So it's going to be Geralt versus Trifax. And over here in Group D, we have some more updates. Papi took down Happy 2-0. It's going to be Papi versus Snogstar in that winners match as well. Honestly, all these winners matches are beautiful. Like a Laser versus Rodzin, Cristiano versus Mishu, Trifax versus Geralt, and Papi versus Snogstar. A lot of these could go either way. A Laser is the heavy favorites. I mentioned before, but Spirit isn't here. Spirit, he did come 3rd place, if I remember correctly, earlier this year in the first edition of this tournament. But for whatever reason, Spirit is unavailable here for this event this time around. So it is a little bit heartbreaking to see that Spirit won't be here to represent the Terran. But we have the best Protoss and Zerg players in Poland, regardless. We have a Laser, we have Cristiano, and we have Geralt. Fun fact, a Laser is the reigning champion. He is the House of Galactic Battle reigning champion for this year. From earlier in earlier in February. Meanwhile, we have... Oh, sorry, as I just realized it. We're able to see. There we go. Meanwhile, we do have Cristiano as the runner-up. Fun fact, Cristiano actually took down both a Laser and Spirit last tournament, and he made it all the way to the finals, but it was double elimination, and a Laser got his revenge. So Cristiano is actually our reigning runner-up from earlier this year. Likewise, Geralt is also a big contender, Papi as well, so I wish all these players the best of luck, even the other kind of runner-ups or would-be underdogs like Trifax, like Snogstar, Mishu, Aristri, Rodzin. I do wish them all the best here in this event, as we're getting ready for a Laser versus Rodzin. We are getting ready. Just setting up our players. And I believe vetoes are getting underway as well. All Polish tournament? Yes, it's a LAN. It is a LAN event. How can you not cheer for someone named Snogstar? True, true. Spicy lords. Oh, they're so spicy. It's catching up. Catching up. Same build from Terran. Kind of. It was a delayed 3rd TC. It was a 1-1-1 delayed 3rd TC from our Terran player. And let's see, he went for that as well in game number 1. I can't remember. it's slipping my mind. Oh. But yeah, it looks like both the Laser and Rodzin are getting ready. I think they're getting ready in their player booths. Let me just double check. Okay, they're getting ready in their player booths, and we are going to be going on a very short break. It's going to be a short break here. When we return, we will have Laser versus Rodzin. Again, the Laser is primed to take another tournament, but he's fallen to some of these Protoss players before, like Cristiano and Geralt, could do so again. Likewise, Papi has been improving quite a lot over the past couple of months. I do think that Papi is going to be another big contender as well, so definitely keep an eye out for him. Likewise, clearly all these other players have been preparing and practicing in preparation for this event, as again, the best of the best in Poland are duking it out here at the House Galactic Battle. Downside again is we're missing spirits. I would love to actually, maybe I'll reach out and figure out what's going on. Maybe just scheduling wise it conflicted with something else. As again, Spirit was here in the 1st edition, but Spirit is not here for the 2nd, unfortunately. But regardless, going to be going in that short break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Where are they having the LAN? In Warsaw. In Warsaw. It's a gaming bar. The gaming bar is called House. It's called House, so that's why the event is called that as well. So it's a big gaming bar. They have an area for the casters. They have player booths. They have a bunch of PCs set up as well. They even have a little stage and a little crowd area as well, which they usually make use of. Again, this is our 2nd year now, like hosting these events. So it's been a lot of good fun, and I'll show you guys the venue as well once the series gets underway. I'm sure we'll have a look at the venue. We'll have a look at the crowd as well, especially when we get to the playoffs. So we'll get there. We'll get there. It's nice to see. For now, going to be going on a short break, and we'll be back soon with our next series. See you soon.
Co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Piękna to była przerwa. Dużo rzeczy zostało ogarniętych.
The hell did I watch? The hell did I just watch? And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the House Galactic Battle number 2. We're diving into the winners match of Group A. Again, we're still in the group stage. We just wrapped up with our first handful of series, and now we're diving into a Laser versus Rodin. Again, a big shout out to the sponsors of the House Galactic Battle. We were able to see some of their lovely ads. I'm just blown away by the hell was going on. There was that ad where they filled the PC with like a planetarium sort of thing. No, not planetarium. What am I saying? What? A terrarium. That's it. Like they turned into terrarium. What was going on there? They put dirt in the PC. I felt hurt when it was putting the dirt in the PC. I was like, oh, what are you doing, Papi? You have to leave the PC alone. It's fine. Regardless, we're diving into our next series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Platinum Esports. I'm loving the color scheme here with the logo and the race as well. You do love to see it. It is Rodin. Looks good. Looks good. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Poland representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. Oh, okay. I'm catching up with the chat. That ad said, wait, what are you doing? Well, anyway, don't throw out your old case. We'll find another use for it. I see. I mean, I have seen, something that I have seen is, PC cases filled with water, but these PCs actually work, where everything inside is waterproofed, and they turn their PC into like an aquarium, or like they put fish in it. I have seen that. It's crazy. But I believe it's kind of like a way to these like water-based PCs. It's a way to also, like, you know, cool down the PC as well. Like it's a little more creative. It's wild. It's yeah, I've seen that at least. But here we go. We're diving into our next game, into our next series. Again, a Laser. He is one of the favored players to win the entire event. He's the best Zerg player in all of Poland, the best Zerg, and we'll see how far he can go. We'll see if he can make it out of the group stage here, as Rodin is looking to stand in his way. Rodin, of course, he's warmed up. He was playing the SC Evo mod show match earlier in the 2v2s. Was able to flex some of his Brood War skill there as well. But now we're settling into our PvZ. Now, a Laser has struggled against some of these Polish Protoss players in the past. Specifically, I'm referring to Cristiano and Geralt, and even Papi. They are the top 3... how do we would say top 3 Protoss players in Poland? I would put Mana in there as well, you know, as a top 4, and I think I would probably place Mana, Cristiano, and Geralt as a top 3. But Papi is definitely up there alongside them, maybe just under them as well. And they've all posed a threat. They've all taken maps and even taken series off of a Laser in the past. And potentially, Rodin may have learned from that, may have watched some of those VODs in preparation for his group. The groups were announced quite some time ago, leading into the offline event. And I'm sure Rodin is coming in prepared for a Laser. Is going to be coming in prepared. A Laser, of course, has been traveling. He recently came back from DreamHack. He was focusing on DreamHack, less so this event, I'm sure. So an underdog like Rodin, who's a little bit more local, a little bit more focused on regional events, could be coming in here a little bit more prepared specifically for a Laser. As I'm sure Laser was focusing on other events Oh, let's go. Again, shout out to the lovely logo. I didn't have to add this earlier. Oh my god, all the sponsors as well. LG, you got the boar. You got the boar. I can't remember what it's called, but this is kind of like the Polish Red Bull, if I remember correctly. It's like a sports drink. I say sports drink. It's like an energy drink in Poland. The Red Boar, if you will. It's not red. It's you know, it's fine. Close enough. Polish Red Bull. As the Oracle does dip into the match. But he's going to get a couple of drone kills. Oh, 2 workers do go down so far. Can we get a third? We can! And we get away with most of our HP. So a very nice start for Rodzen, opening up Stargate into Oracle. Meanwhile, Laser going for a very fast Roach Warren. This was, what, a 350, 345 Roach Warren timing? This is insanely fast for a Laser, and this should be for a push. You do not open up a Roach Warren this early on. Even to be safe, this is unheard of. So we should be being aggressive with this as a follow-up. Meanwhile, Adepts are moving out towards the left-hand side. Oracles are amassing. Rodzen working on his follow-up, going for a very fast Forge. Interesting. A slightly faster Forge compared to the Twilight Council. But we are teching, which means I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit concerned here with what we do with this Roach Warren. Roach Warren is now done. Lair is on the way. But we are droning up, so it looks like maybe a Laser was playing this out ultra safe. Maybe he was assuming that Rodzen would be opening up Glaives. And as a result, with the revelation as well, this Roach Warren isn't actually going to be doing anything here. So, a bit of an inefficient opener out of a Laser. Maybe being hyper safe. Maybe he thought of being aggressive and pivoted away from that after he saw the opener. Regardless, the Laser now working on that lair. Oracle's diving in. We've already gotten a couple of drone kills and we get 3 more. Ooh, that is 6 drone kills in total. Very nice damage so far by Rodzen, keeping all of his Oracles alive. Now, what is important is that a Laser is known for his greed, especially in this matchup. He's known for cutting a lot of corners, and we've seen a Laser lose entire mineral lines and still be okay because he's just droning up so much. Speaking of, we get another 3 drones. That's going to be, what, 9 workers in total. Meanwhile, a Laser's still droning up, and we are working towards a Spire. Interesting. I was curious what the fast lair was going to be for, especially because we did not see Roach speed in production, and we see it's for the Spire. Should be for Mutas. Now, so far we've done a great job at scouting and throwing down revelations at the natural, but we have yet to scout and confirm the main. So we're still in the dark, but we have a chance. With 3 Oracles, we're being very active, and there is an opportunity here for Rodzen to dive into the main base and to scout his opponent. But now we're a little bit distracted. We do get another drone. Oh, just the one. One extra drone goes down. The Lings, they do counterattack across the map. Rodzen's in position, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned for Rodzen. We've seen time and time again, unscouted Spires and unscouted Muta transitions can straight up win you the game. They can do just a devastating amount of damage across the map, getting into mineral lines, killing workers, forcing back the army, pivoting in between the bases, and just pulling the Protoss player apart. Now, thankfully, we're being active, we're pushing now, which means we're going to be forcing lava to be spent on Lings and Roaches. Right now, a Laser is vulnerable. As I say that, the Spire is now done. We have access to those Mutas. No Muta production yet, but there it is, 9 Mutas on the way. This push needs to get damage done, as the Mutas are soon to arrive. It might be too late. We have plenty of Lings here to defend. Yeah, the Adepts, they commit to the Shade. Stalkers do dive forward. They do focus on one of the Queens. Do get a Queen. We get a second Queen as well. Like, these aren't bad trades for Rodzen. The problem is that he doesn't know that Mutas are coming out. And he's not ready for them. I mean, we have nothing here at the natural. We have nothing in the main. We have a cannon at the third and a shield battery. The third base is somewhat fortified, but I can't say the same for the rest of the bases. Cannot say the same as Mutas. They have arrived. They've now revealed themselves. Stalkers are going to be able to chip away at some of them, but we do manage to catch workers here at the 4th. And 4 or 5 probes go down. The pressure is now on Rodzen, but he just doesn't have enough to push in. Just doesn't have enough. Gets around, and Stalkers getting picked up. Oracles will help support these Stalkers. Across the map, we've gotten 8 worker kills. We're even camping some of the production here. Came with the warp-ins. Meanwhile, Laser get a full surround. We shut down the Stalker push. Now we can focus across the map. We can move out. That is a good amount of Stalkers. A Laser getting caught a little bit here. But here come the Lings to support. We're going to surround all these Stalkers. We can turn around. We can fight. Overcharge is pop, but it's out of range. It's not really supporting too much as the overcharge has run out. Now Laser pulling back, has still control of the fourth, and from here, yeah, we can just rotate into the main. Link still being active. Phoenix production has commenced, but this may just be too little too late. That's the first Phoenix, and no sack defense in the bases. Yeah, pylon goes down. The Artosis pylon is real. Oof. Ay, ay, ay. 13 probes for Lings. They hit the fourth. And now we can just turn around and go for the main army. Stalkers falling left and right. Ay, ay, ay. And the laser is snowballing out of control. He shuts down the fourth base. Lings and reinforcements, they head towards the natural. There are Archons. Archons can help, but Archons on their own aren't good enough. They're good against Lings and Mutas, but alas, there's only 3 Archons. They need more support, and they're just not fast enough. They just can't keep up. GG gets called, and Laser takes game number 1. GG. A solid win here for a Laser. Again, we did see Rodzen doing well for himself. He was doing quite well, you know, he was harassing, he was getting worker kills, but the tech was unscattered. We spoke about it at the time, but unscattered Spires and unscattered Mutas, they can be devastating in this matchup, and you can punish them, of course. You can definitely be prepared, and you can punish this kind of playstyle, but only if you have the scouting information that you need to respond in such a way. You know, information is key here in Star. It's a big part of StarCraft in almost every matchup. Scouting and being aware of what your opponent's up to. Likewise, denying scouting and keeping your build hidden is also a big part of this dynamic. And unfortunately, Rodzen just was not able to confirm. And with that, a Laser takes the lead. A Laser does take a lead. Unscattered tech is the bane of SC. True, true. There are exceptions, like for example, if there are blind counters, right? Like if Rodzen was blindly going for example, 8-gate blink. What I'm referring to is a 3-base all-in. If he happened to just be taking up and working towards the 3-base all-in, then the reverse would be the case here, where he'd be able to punish a Laser, and a laser would be shut down instead. But those are like fringe scenarios, right? Like there are exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, if you're going for a longer standard game, you need to be aware of what your opponent's up to. And alas, we'll see if our Protoss player can get a better read on things here as we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have our purple Protoss player from land of Poland, representing Platinum Esports down in this series. Can we bounce back? It is Rodzen. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent going for a safe 15-15 opener. The red Zerg player from land of Poland, representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. I see in the chat. Aistan, is that you? Este Espio. Ay, ay, ay. I thought a suicide bomber unit morphed from Zerglings was the bane of SC. I see what you did there. Oh no, we deny! Oh my god, Rodzen, he's crazy! A Laser going for a 15-15 into the goal base, but the probe is already here just in time. The pylon gets thrown down, and a Laser, his initial opener, is thrown up in the air, forced to expand elsewhere at the natural location. But a much more delayed expansion, a disrupted, more inefficient start for a Laser. Very nicely done. This was a bit of a gamble for Rodzen to immediately mine through the mineral patches in the center of the map and go for the goal base. Very risky maneuver here for Rodzen, but it did pay off. Very nicely done. As Rodzen's getting into his own standard opener, and the Laser has to settle for, again, a later expand into just something a little bit more chaotic here for a Laser. We'll attempt to settle in. Whew. Oh boy. Here it is. It's going to be a hatchery into spawning pool into a delayed gas. Remember, it was a 15-15 initial opener. This means that the gas is late. This means that link speed is late. And because of that, Rodzen can be a little bit greedy. Because of that, it's going to take a little bit longer for a Laser to really threaten the Adepts and threaten the third base of Rodzen. So we could try to be a little bit more active and a little bit more risky with our initial Adept Harass, and try to be a little bit more cavalier with it, a little bit more aggressive. And we can get away with that. Likewise, we can try to expand a little bit faster as well. So we will see how Rodzin does approach this and how he adjusts, if at all. It's going to be a Stargate opener once again into Oracles. First Adept is moving out. He's going to be moving out across the map. And last game, Rodzin was able to get 9 drone kills with his Oracle Harass. We'll see if Rodzin can do the same, or even exceed that kill count. Get 9 drones was not too bad at all. And now, a laser settling in. Soon to be starting up his link speed. Speed will soon be starting up. For now, we're just chilling back at home, settling into our initial opener. And this should be an Oracle, but never mind. It's going to be a Void Ray opener. Okay, Rodzin. You have my attention. Meanwhile, a laser rushing into a lair. Oh my. Okay, we're probably off. Oh, this is unfortunate. So, really fast lair here for a laser. This could be a couple of different things. This could be a Ling Queen Nidus all-in. This could be a Ling Queen, like, Dropalord based all-in with fast Overlord speed into Dropalords. Roach Horn has been thrown down. Regardless, this is going to be a very aggressive build from a laser. And if Rodzin had opened Stargate into Oracle, he'd know this. If the Oracle moved out across the map, he would instantly scout this and be aware of what's going on. But because we open Void Ray, we're hunting down Overlords, we are not scouting across the map. So this is a little bit unfortunate for Rodzin. Now, Rodzin is following this up with a second Stargate, and it looks like he's going Mass Oracle, potentially. We could go Mass Oracle, we could go Mass Void Ray, we could rush into a Fleet Beacon and into Sky Toss. Interesting style here out of Rodzin, but can he get into it in time? As that first Oracle is soon to move out across the map. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Overlords being shut down. A laser going for his third base. The lair is now done. We're taking 4 gases. That's a lot of gas to work with this early on before we even think about saturating the third base. And with all this gas, this could even just be a fast Spire, could be a fast Hydroden. I'm still waiting to see what this gas is being spent on. We're working on a fast Roach speed. Interesting. Okay. And there it is. I was like, where's all this gas being spent on? Hydrogen. Okay, so we're rushing into Hydras early on here for a laser. Void Ray has arrived. We do apply pressure to the third. Now, really importantly, Rodzin confirms how late this third is. This third should already be done by now. But it has been so heavily delayed. And back at home, we are massing Oracle. We're going Mass Oracle. We're banking them up back at home. Before moving up, the lair is spotted. Again, the lair's already done. That should be a bit of a tell here for Rodzin that something is wrong. There's something, obviously we're spending our money elsewhere. We have a good safety amount of roaches to begin with. Rodzin taking his third base. Third just now finishing for a laser and Void Ray dipping in. We do confirm the Roachborn researching. That is a nice scout. And have we caught a glimpse of the roaches? Oh, I don't think we did. Roaches, they will scuttle away. Again, Roach speed just now kicking in time for this push, so Roaches are zooming across the map. And Roach speed does kick in. And we don't actually have much at home to defend. We have the Void Ray at least, but we should be able to break through. Yeah, shield batteries, cannons on the way, but the Roaches, they have arrived. They're looking to knock down this front door. Oh, the Oracles, they have to reveal themselves. Less than ideal, but I mean, we had nothing else. The Oracles have to focus down these Roaches, and that will give time. Hydras are on the way. Spores are on the way. A laser had no idea what was going on, but now he does. And he does react quite hard. Amassing Hydras, amassing Spores. Oracles had potential. They still have a little bit of potential to get damage done, but the transfuses are clutch. There we go. 1 queen goes down. We can still focus on every single queen. Trading out 3 queens for 1 Oracle. Up! Do we get the last one? We don't. 3 queens for 2 Oracles. Not the best trade for Rodzin. He doesn't touch the economy, he doesn't touch the mineral line. Again, a laser able to respond in time, and now we're working towards Sky Toss. That's going to be a 3rd Stargate and a Fleet Beacon on the way. We're getting ready for Sky Toss. Cannons, shield batteries. The problem here is that there's a big window there's a big timing available for a laser. Because he already has +1 range, because he's working on Hydra upgrades, he can hit with Mass Hydra before Rodzen can build up a mass amount of Sky Tools. Like, a couple of Void Rays in the sky is not going to be good enough. The Oracles are an interesting unit in this kind of situation. Oracles do bonus damage to light, so they can do a lot of damage. At the same time, they're fragile. So I want to give the issue a laser. I want to give the issue a laser. Oracles are out of position. We're pushing out across the map. Cannons are finishing up in time. Can Rodzen hold on? The Oracles, no! Oh, they get caught out and we catch almost every single Oracle. 4 Oracles fall. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. As Rodzen gets caught out of position. And this is the army. 1 Void Ray, 2 Oracles. That's all we have. And this Hydra timing is brutal. Even a couple of Ravages. We focus on the Cybercore. We deny +1 air attack. We push into the natural. Shield battery is depowered. And we're started stepping forward. And Rodzen just cannot keep up with this. As probes are falling. We're down to 1 Void Ray. Carriers are amassing. But a low amount of carries isn't going to do anything. GG gets called and a laser will take the series 2-0. Making it out of Group A in first place. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to a laser for taking the series. But this was a very fun game too. Like again, it started with Rodzen denying the goal base, which is a really good start. But then things took a really weird turn, right? We saw a laser rush into a lair, into Hydras. We saw Rodzen go into Mass Oracle. Unfortunately, he had to reveal his Oracles because of the roach speed timing, and it was all he had. And because he had to reveal his hand, a laser was able to respond in time, get his spores, get his Hydras up, and hit a very strong Hydra timing, able to counteract the kind of build composition that Rodzen was working towards. It was also unfortunate that Rodzen got caught out in the center of the map with all those Oracles. It was an unfortunate moment there, an unfortunate timing. But GG, well played. Congratulations to a laser for taking the series. And again, he will be coming out in first place in Group A. And let us quickly have a look at the bracket to catch up on what has been going on. Let us catch up. !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket has been progressing. You can see here, Laser makes it out in first place. Cristiano making it out of Group B in first place as well. Cristiano, oh, there we go. Cristiano over Mishu, 2-0. And Aristri is going to be getting into his rematch versus Mishu. You do love to see it here in Group B. My condolences to Nanian, as Nanian is going to be knocked out of the tournament here in Group B, so I do apologize. But again, I hope Nanian did enjoy his time here in the House of Galactic Battle. I hope he enjoys the offline venue as well. I'm sure it's going to be a great time to be had. Meanwhile, over in Group C, can we... There we go. Over in Group C, we do have Geralt versus Trifax. Fun fact, Geralt versus Trifax has yet to begin. The reason for that is because we are casting that PvZ on this channel. Geralt versus Trifax is going to be up next here as our next series. It's going to be the winner's match of Group C. It's going to be a banger of a PvZ. Just setting things up. Just setting things up on our end. Meanwhile, scrolling down, do we have some other results? We do have Creefy. Oh, Creefy getting knocked out of Group D by Happy 2-0. So Creefy likewise has also been eliminated. And we have Papi versus Snogstar, which I believe is mid-series, currently ongoing. So I do wish them the best of luck in that series. Do wish them the best. For now, though, we're going to be focusing on the winner's match of Group C, and then we'll have one more group stage match after that. And you can see that the playoff bracket has already begun seeding. You know, as Alazer and Cristiano have made it out of their groups, you can see they've been seeded into the playoff bracket. As a reminder, it is going to be a double elimination playoff bracket, so it's going to be a wild event, and we'll be able to sink our teeth into that once we wrap up with the group stage. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's all good. We'll be getting there. Let me just double check. Trifax is on CSO, right? Oh no, currently teamless. Never mind. Never mind. Currently teamless here. But again, Geralt versus Trifax is going to be coming up next. I believe the players are setting up in their player booths. I believe they are setting up. So once they are done, we will have our series. So they do need a little bit of time to, you know, plug in their SSDs to set up their hotkeys, set up their settings, and all that good stuff. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next ZVP. See you soon. Until then, hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy, Pappy. See you in 10 minutes.
Obudowę swojego komputera wymieniasz raczej rzadko. Gdy już to robisz, chcesz mieć pewność, że to ta jedyna. Kilka razy sprawdziłeś, ile wentylatorów, jak i airflow czy grafika wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno. I złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second winners match of the night. We just wrapped up with a laser versus Rudson earlier. Now we're looking to dive into Geralt versus Trifax. I believe they're just setting up over on their end. I'll actually keep an eye on the main clean feed as well, or the main stream and the clean feed, to see if we can get an eye on our lovely players and maybe get an eye on their setups as well. Would love to see, but for now we're just getting things ready on our end. Again, we're still in the early hours of the tournament. We had a show match earlier. Now we're diving into the group stage, and we're kind of nearing the end of the group stage as well. I also appreciate the more the kind of faster schedule that we're on at the moment. What I mean by that is I'm pretty sure last time we casted this event, we spent a lot more time in the group stage. I think we were jumping on a lot more of the winners matches and a lot more of the losers matches as well, and that did mean that we spent like a good 4 or 5 hours on like around 5 hours on the group stage, and I think we're going to be speeding through it a little bit faster this time, just to make sure that you know, we don't get too fatigued over the course of the entire event, that we're able to work our way through it and also make sure that the players don't have too much downtime either. So we are just getting ready for that over on our end. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Indy. Big shout out to Indy, as Indy is casting over on the main Polish stream, as Indy is kind of like the Polish caster in current era of StarCraft. Likewise, a shout out to Kashim. Kashim, of course, he's one of the big names behind Wikipedia when it comes to editing and updating Wikipedia. Same can be said with Eligulac. Kashim, he's like the Eligulac guy as well. So again, if you happen to use Eligulac or happen to use Wikipedia, Kashim is a big person behind them. He's also the Polish admin. Like, when it comes to Polish events, if there's ever a Polish-centric event going on, Kashim is usually behind that as well. So he's one of the big unsung heroes of StarCraft, like working behind the scenes. He's not really on-screen talent, but he's putting in a lot of work behind the scenes. I believe even an ESL ref as well, so really passionate and yeah, just contributing in his own way as well. So much love to Kashim, much love. Oh. As we are just getting ready for our next series. Again, looks like our players just connecting the vetoes, and we should soon be jumping in. I haven't actually seen the venue yet, as we've been focusing on the casting, of course, but I'd love to get an eye on it at some point, to see what kind of updates they've made, if any changes at all. If any changes. Some people were asking earlier about like where the event is being held or what's going on. I believe it's a gaming bar in Warsaw, and they don't just host events for StarCraft, they host events for other esports as well. So they have semi-regular events going on, able to bring together like people at the venue live. It's great to see that they're able to host that, able to have that. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, in general, the Polish scene has been quite vibrant for a long time. There's a reason why there's so many Polish players out there. I do think a big part of it is IEM. Like, the fact that there's a big annual StarCraft event happening in Poland every single year, I think it does help a lot when it comes to interest and even, like, getting newer players and just keeping interest in StarCraft going amongst the populace, or the more gaming scene in Poland. So it's really cool to see that that it isn't just IM, but they're able to host other regional events from time to time, and you know, keep supporting their local scene. Really cool to see. It's really cool to see. It's not easy either. It's not easy to maintain and foster that local scene. It's something that a lot of regions have struggled with in the past. You know, shout out to Cosmos and the Brazilian scene. They started up their regional events a couple of months ago. So now we've got like Brazilian events happening once again. I know that Divinesia and the Finnish scene, they have a lot of Finnish tournaments as well. Germany used to have them. I remember Germany used to have, oh god, what was it called? Not eSport. Of course not. eSport was Polish. They used Leipzig. That's it. Leipzig eSports. They used to host like these more seasonal like events in Germany. They used to. I don't think they do anymore, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Despite the German scene being a little bit larger, like it's not as active as it once was. Sometimes interest in it falls. I know that Take don't necessarily do any regional stuff themselves, but again, that's why a big shout out to the Polish community for bringing this all together. I think there's also French tournaments, if I remember correctly. I think the people behind Comeback TV, they host a lot of their own French regional events to help foster their region as well. So do always appreciate it whenever there is those regional events. Whenever they do try to support their local scene, we always try to champion that. We always try to support that as best as we can. We did our best with the Australian scene. We did what we could. Did what we could. Smooch. For as long as we did. But for now, I guess we're taking a little bit longer here. Hopefully not too long though. It's, looks like Geralt and Trifax are still setting up. Again, like it does take sometimes a little bit longer to, you know, set up a new PC, to, you know, load in your hotkeys, load in your settings as well. Sometimes there can be technical issues that are going on at a venue like that. There are other issues like, you know, making sure that there's solid stability as well for the stream, for all the players, with so many people connecting at once. Oh, let's go! And it looks like our players are setting up. Hold on. We need to switch over. Ha! Do you need to switch over? Okay. Oh no, we missed it. I'll try to switch back. But you can see here the Polish stream currently going on, and they just showed off the players. They just showed the players on stream, so I'll try to bring us back there. Try to bring us back there when we can. But yeah, the players, they do have their own setups. They have their own booths. Whenever a player is playing on the main stream, they basically have to get set up once again in these player booths where they have player cams going on as well. So it is really cool to see. And yeah, shout out to Indy. We have Indy on the right and we have Zed on the left. Big part of the Polish community. Much love. One of these days, we need to bring back Emil. we need to bring Emil back, Papi. Maybe keep him away from the casting couch or the casting desk. Otherwise, he's gonna like disconnect everything. But it'd be great to see Emil returning. Oh, there they are. Oh no, we just lost Geralt. But you can see Trifax on the left. You can see Geralt on the right. They're just setting up in their own ends. Wanted to show players, but you saw a glimpse of them. You saw a glimpse of them. It's all good. Just making sure that everything is a-okay. Are we in the Matrix? And this whole tournament is just true. Doesn't exist, Papi. It's Conch. But we might go on a longer break then. Again, I'm hoping that the break doesn't last too long. Hold on. Okay, looks like we have our vetoes. Game 1 is gonna be on wait, what? What? What is happening? I'll keep an eye in game. Looks like they're going over their vetoes as we speak. Well, we're getting there. And yeah, the last House of Galactic battle was at the start of the year. It was back in February of 2024, and yeah, it was a great event. We got to see Cristiano pop off. It was after that event. It was during that event, and even leading up to it, where we talked about it. We were talking a lot about the rise of Cristiano, how he's been performing better and better as time goes on. It was insane to see. And Cristiano, he beat both Spirit and a Laser. Spirit and a Laser, they considered the top 2 players in Poland. Like, 100%. Like, Spirit is the best Terran in Poland, a Laser is the best Zerg player in Poland, and Cristiano took both of them down to make it all the way to the winners, to the grand finals. A Laser, because it was double elimination, a Laser was able to beat Spirit and then come in for a rematch. And Laser did get his revenge, did bring down Cristiano in those finals, but it was a very close finals, was back and forth. In the end, Laser was the champion, but Cristiano was second place, and he surprised a lot of people out. Or he really, like, kind of proved himself in the eyes of a lot of people, in the eyes of the audience, for him to make it that far in that tournament, for him to bring down every other player, all the other best players in Poland, one after the other. It was not an easy run for Cristiano. Since then, Cristiano, I mean, he's beaten players like Raynor, he's taken down some big names, he's done quite well for himself in WTL, but so is Geralt, right? Geralt, I would say nowadays, is maybe a little bit in the shadow of Cristiano. Like, on paper, I would say that Geralt is the stronger player, but because of these results, because of these specific results, and because of the performances of Cristiano, I think I have to give him a slight edge. We've been casting a lot of Geralt versus Cristiano as well in Sparkling Tuna Cup, and week after week, time and time again, like, Cristiano has been coming out on top there as well in those PvPs. Recently, Geralt has been getting his revenge. Like, it's been a little bit back and forth between them, but yeah, it feels like this has really been Cristiano's year. And we'll see if he can make another finals run. You know, can he do it again? Or can Geralt rise up instead? You know, can a Laser look a little bit more dominant in his stead as well and have a better performance compared to last time? Another kind of, oh, should switch over. Another kind of big thing that's happening in this event as well, another thing to take note of that I mentioned before, is that there is no Spirit. There is no Spirit this time. Spirit, he made it into the top 3 last edition. This time he's not here. He should be, in the sense that he has enough points over the course of the past couple of months, over the past 6 months. We've had like these bi-weekly tournaments, and players have been earning points to be invited to this event. And Spirit, he was invited, but we were let know, we were notified by our lovely admin that Spirit is unavailable this weekend. Apparently it's his mother's birthday. So big shout out to Spirit. Feliz cumpleaños to Mama Spirit. So apparently, you know, he has a family matter to attend to, you know, celebrating his mother's birthday, so he's otherwise unavailable. You know, just saying, you know, what's a better birthday gift than inviting your mother to a gaming bar, right? I mean, right, she'd fit right in. Kappa. So they're otherwise elsewhere. So it's a little bit of a shame that Spirit isn't here, but it's also understandable, and hope Spirit's having a great time, and wish him and his family the best with their weekend and with their celebration. But it does mean that Spirit won't be here. It means that our big Terran contender won't be available, and it's going to come down to the Zergs and the Protoss players. I say that there are still Terran players in the tournament. There's still Mishu, right? Mishu, he's still definitely a Terran representative, but without Spirit, I mean, he's the best Terran in Poland. Without him, like, the chances of a Terran player making a deep run here is that much lower. So it's going to be mainly about the Zerg and Protoss instead. Really mainly about the Protoss and potentially a Laser. I mean, best of luck to Trifax and Aristri. Aristri, he had a rocky start to the broadcast, to the group stage, but I wish him the best in the rematch. Likewise, Geralt and Trifax are now getting ready. They are getting ready, and it looks like we are diving in. Huh. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, you can hear the beeps. You can hear the beeps. We have our lobby, we have our vetoes. It looks like we have our map order as well. It's going to be game 1 on Alcyone, followed by Ghost River, followed by Oceanborn in game number 3. And I apologize for the extended break, but we're now diving into our next series, into our best of 3 PvZ. Let's go. The wait is over, Pappy. The wait is over. Never mind, it's real. That's what you think. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, we have our blue Zerg player representing himself currently teamless. He was on CSO Esports for a long time, but currently representing himself, the Polish Zerg player, it is Trifax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, one of the best Protoss in all of Poland. It is Geralt. Here we go. Huh. As a Trifax. Oh my god, Geralt being so annoying. Keeping up with the drone, delaying the expansion for a little bit here. It's going to be 1 or 2 seconds later than we would like. Not the biggest disruption, as Trifax does take the unnatural natural. It's going to be a hatch first build out of Trifax. And Geralt, meanwhile, going for the gate expand. There's no goal-based shenanigans this time from Trifax. Or from our Zerg player. As the laser did attempt it in his game against Rodzin, but was denied. Likewise, we have our hatch gas pool set up here for Trifax, standard opener from our blue Zerg player. Likewise, Geralt settling in across the map, going for his own standard build. And I don't expect too much deviation. I mean, last time we were on this map, we had our Protoss player Rodzin go for a Stargate Void Ray opener into Mass Oracle, which was a lot of fun. But I don't expect to see too much shenanigans out of Geralt. He's a much more standard player. He can all in, don't get me wrong, especially in PvP. In PvP, Geralt can be a menace. He can be absolutely a menace in PvP. But against Terrans and Zerg players, he's a lot more by the book. Usually. But now, Probe going to be getting across the map, going to be disrupting some of the mining here of Trifax, being a nuisance. But the Probe does take some extra hits, then we go, we mine those minerals, and now the Probe should be getting the hell out of here, hoping to avoid those lings and delay the third base. Meanwhile, we're getting ready for our tech of choice. It should be Stargate in the main, as the Warp Gate has been denied, or has been cancelled. There is no Warp Gate here on the Cyber Core. Trifax should be aware of that, and there is that Stargate in the main. Trifax yet to get confirmation, but again, this is more of a standard opener, standard build. It's going to be on Trifax to keep up with the Adept and the Oracle harass of Geralt. We'll see if he can. As the first Adept is moving out across the map, going to be threading the mineral lines. Oh, a bit of a pylon block at the third, not bad. Geralt able to slip it, able to sneak in, and will delay this third base by quite an amount of time. Does cancel that pylon. We're in position to focus down any kind of drone, any kind of third. Oh, as we do commit to the shade, we dive into the main. 1 drone goes down, but now we can expand. Now we can take our third. There we go. The hatchery has been thrown down. Won't be delayed any longer. Geralt has gotten 1 drone kill so far, which is good, but nothing too substantial. The Adept has to back off. Second Adept getting in position at the third. We shade into the main, but Link Speed kicks in and we can shut down the Adept. Very nice cleanup here by Trifax, only losing 1 drone to the Adept, so acceptable losses here for the Zerg player. As Geralt is attempting to expand and is moving out with his Oracle. Here we go. First Oracle towards the third base. 2 queens are in position. The creep tumor is focused down, but we should be able to fend off this Oracle, getting 2 more drone kills. Oh, getting a third towards the end. Not a bad start for Geralt, getting 3 drones before backing off. Likewise, Lings across the map, we were able to get a second Adept, and even force the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Okay, we wasted NG on the Oracle, we got a second Adept. Very nice. Ooh, as the Oracle got back in, got an extra drone. To take a lot of hits though. Well, actually didn't get an extra drone. That was the initial 3 drones, and that 1 extra worker was the Adept kill earlier. So less than ideal for Geralt. Yeah, it's being zoned away from the natural. Oracle towards the main. There is a spore in position. Yeah, Trifax, he is ready for this. Yeah, the Oracle taking far too much damage. And Geralt has to back off. So a solid defense here from Trifax, does maintain his mineral lines, is droning up. We have a safety Roach Warren on the way. This was thrown down around the 4-minute 30 mark. So nice timing here with the Roach Warren. Now we have a 5-minute lair timing. So we're just taking up as we should. Likewise, Geralt also probing up back at her. We are entering the mid-game. Now, we had a bit of a dynamic back and forth here with Geralt attempting to get some damage done. Trifax did defend. Behind this, you do see Geralt probing up his third, taking up into his blink, into +1, working on that next step. Likewise, Geralt threatening a dive and really just clearing up creep. Maintaining this position. Ooh, Lings, they do collapse on these Adepts. Yeah, the Queens move forward as well. A nice catch here from Trifax. But we only get the one Adept. The others do manage to escape, and we get the final creep tumor as well. Again, a lot of creep going to be receding here. That was every active tumor. So a very nice cleanup there by Geralt, and that means that this follow-up Blink Stalker push is going to be that much stronger. It's going to hit that much harder. Another tumor goes down. Stalkers have arrived. Blink about to finish. And more tumors getting called out. And Trifax being forced further and further back. Now Trifax is taking a 4th base. He's expanding. Has a solid amount of larva, but that's a queen going down. And we rotate over towards that would-be 4th. And workers, they have to pull back. Overlord gets shut down. We do have a lot of Lings, but we have the Oracles to support. And Trifax, he is in trouble. Can we collapse on this army? Adepts, they shade in into the mineral line. Drones are going down. And the Lings are kept busy. So far, decent Blinks. Drones are getting targeted down here as well. 3 workers go down. The Queen falls. And there just aren't enough Lings. Without roaches to defend, we're just bleeding out far too much. Here come the reinforcing wave of Stalkers. Again, we had the Roach Warren, but 0 roaches. Yeah, pure Ling Queen cannot keep up with this. As we are bleeding out so much. How many Stalkers? We've lost 1 Stalker. 1 Stalker has gone down throughout all of this. Yeah, that's how insane these Blinks have been. And how safe the army is. Again, there's just 0 creep. There's no creep, and if the Lings ever try to go first around, we have the Oracles. Like, the Oracles are here to just focus down those Lings. To activate their beams. That's a kill on the 4th base. Behind this, Geralt taking his own 4th as the gold. Taking a 5th as well. Working towards charge, +2. Geralt just choking Trifax out here. Again, he just can barely keep up. Down to the economy, down to the production. Roaches are now amassing. But at this point, it might just be too late. Oh, the slow lots are coming in. We don't even need charge. The slow lots, they push forward. They collapse here on top of those roaches. We do pull back for now, but we do soak damage. And without Lings, there's nothing to support the roaches. Expensive losses here for Trifax. As roaches are going down. And charge now kicking in. We collapse here on top of the 3rd base. And Geralt is snowballing out of control. And it's just becoming far too much as we even catch all these overlords. Oh, so many of them so vulnerable. As Trifax gets insanely supply blocked. And Lings, they turn back around. And this is going to be a bit of a better engagement for Trifax, but we have Oracles. We still have plenty of Oracles in the sky. They're out of energy, but the choke point is real. GG gets called, and Geralt will take game number 1. GG. Again, just some solid aggression out of Geralt. Trifax was holding his own. He was holding his own. He was keeping up with Geralt for the most part. Geralt didn't get too much economic damage done early on, but it wasn't about the economic damage. It was about the Adepts. The Adepts, they cleared up every single tumor, every single creep tumor in between the natural and the 3rd. So very little map presence for Trifax. And then in came the 2nd wave. The Blink Stalker is just applying so much pressure, trading well against the Lings. Unfortunately, Trifax never invested into any roaches, which means the backbone of his army was quite fragile. He didn't really have much DPS behind his Lings, it was just pure Ling, and we saw how well Geralt was handling all those Lings. It took a little bit too long for Trifax to start investing into those roaches and into a more robust army. By then, it was too late. Was too late, and with that, Geralt takes a lead. Does take game number 1, but it's the best of 3. You know, it's a best of 3. We can bounce back here in game 2. I want to believe that we can bounce back. So we're going to be loading in to Ghost River. Ghost River is going to be game number 3. Get a much smaller map, shorter rush distance. You can be very aggressive here on Ghost River, so I wonder what our plan is going to be. This goes both ways. We've seen a lot of adepts. We've seen a lot of glaive adepts on Ghost River from the side of Protoss. Likewise, we've seen a lot of roached queen based all-ins as well from the side of Zerg. So we could see either one. Either or is definitely viable here. So we'll see who's the first to kind of throw down that gauntlet and go for some kind of all-in. As you can hear the beeps, we're loading into game. No one does. Let's go. Yo, shout out to Blood Rain in the chat as well. Let's go. I always appreciate it when even if a player leaves the team, like they're you know, the bond between them is still there. So much love to CSO. As we are getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have our red Polish Protoss player leading the series 1-0, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, currently teamless, but currently down in the series, but looking to bounce back. The Polish Zerg player, it is Trifax. Let's go. As a probe is dipping in, once again forcing the unnatural natural. This time it won't be delayed too much, as the drone has arrived. Drone has arrived. Natural base is on the way. And so far it's going to be a hatch gas pool opener out of Trifax. Meanwhile, across the map, Geralt, what are we up to? How do we shake things up? We'll see if we throw down an earlier Twilight Council. We'll see where the pylon is going to be placed for the tech. Be keeping an eye on Geralt. For now, we are just settling in, getting into our expansions. It's going to be, again, just hatch gas pool from Trifax. Is going to be joining up. And it's just still a little bit too early here to really get a read on any kind of aggression. Just going to be settling in. Going to be settling into our openers. Talking about the map a little bit here. Again, the rush distance by ground is quite short. It's even shorter if we knock down these rocks. Again, we're like a screen and a half away from natural to natural, if that. So, very short rush distance. Rocks can be knocked down as well. Minerals can be mined through. You can try to kind of accelerate an all-in if we were to try to go for that. But on the flip side, we also have the two sides of the extremes, right? We have the either hybrid aggression all-in or a much longer game into the late game. The reason why that's the case is because these ramps are very narrow. This ramp here is just insanely narrow. Likewise, we have a lot of high ground to take advantage of. We have these rocks as well to make a more defensive stance. And here, expanding towards the left-hand side is just going to be a bit of a more secure fourth base expansion as well. So if we can get into the mid game, we can extend it even longer and head towards late game tech. Has happened time and time again. So I'm curious where this will take us. It actually reminds me a lot of Neo-Humanity, for example. Like, Neo-Humanity was also a map that had a very short rush distance by ground, had a speed zone as well to speed things up even further. But at the same time, Neo-Humanity also had a lot of defensive features because of how narrow certain areas were. We had a lot of late game on Neo-Humanity. It's kind of similar here on Ghost River. similar on Ghost River. As the depths they do shade across them. Oh! Dipping into the main. Getting a drone. Getting 2 workers in that mineral line as well. Not too bad. 2 workers, we get a couple of lings. Oh, can we get another drone? We can! 3 drones go down in total. Very nice damage here from Geralt. The positioning is brutal. We're just trading as efficiently as possible. And we finally shut this down. Getting a kill on 1 adept. And the other shades back into the main. Oh my god, almost getting another drone. How much was it? 3 drones, 7 lings for 2 adepts. That's worth it. That is worth of a Geralt, and when all done, the Oracle gets across the map, gets 2 more drones, forced out. Looks like a triple Oracle opener into a 3rd. So a standard build here by Geralt. Trifax does confirm. And Trifax hasn't gone for any early tech. Oh, hello. Meanwhile, Geralt did go for a faster 3rd, but is going for a Twilight Council, and I do not see a Forge. No Forge alongside this. Phoenix on the way. Wait, what? So I was about to say that this looks like Glaives or Blink. It looks like we can rush into fast Blink or into Glaives. There we go. We have a Forge on the way. This should be Blink on the horizon for Geralt, but because they're making a Phoenix, we could actually decide to go for Charge instead. Like, the Phoenix is throwing me off a little bit. As the Phoenix has spawned in. Pilot Council's done, and I'm waiting for our unit of choice. Or for our tech of choice. What upgrade is it going to be? Meanwhile, Overlords are being shut down. We have a stasis trap into the main base, and Trifax to be everything time. No! No reaction! Oh, brutal as we catch half the mineral line. 8 drones, they get locked into the stasis. Overlord here at the natural is saved, but the Overlord in the center of the map gets shut down, and we have our answer. It is indeed going to be Blink. Okay. So we are working towards Blink, not Charge, and not Glaives. I mean, we ruled Glaives out when we sold the Forge. We don't typically get Glaives and upgrades at the same time. So I was curious what it was going to be. The army has right. We catch out a Queen. Queen goes down, and Trifax, he's not ready for this. Because of the Phoenix opener, it looks like Trifax maybe assumed it was going to be just a bit of a different dynamic here. Has been droning, is massing lings. Roachborn is done. Geralt, he is here to shut down this creep. Now, Geralt has to be careful. Remember, doesn't have Blink. Blink was delayed. And we got a surround. A nice surround here from Trifax. The Oracle does apply, or does help quite a bit. Clears up a lot of those lings. And Geralt, he does get out of that surround. Does manage to escape it. Likewise, another Overlord falls. Geralt's getting a lot of value with this Phoenix. Second Overlord, and now looking for a 3rd. Thankfully, we have a Transfuse. Do have the Transfuse. Oracle diving in for another stasis. Oh, never mind. Just going for the Pulsar Beam. Getting 2 more drones. Up! 2 workers before backing up. Gateway explosions on the way. We have 4 gateways already done. We have 6 gates in production. It's going to be a 10-gate setup for Geralt. Oh, as the lings are caught out, we do get a decent surround, but I mean, we have Blink. Yeah, we can just chase this down. So many lings bleeding out. Try to get across the map. Getting some damage done. Oh, but Geralt doesn't care. Geralt, he doesn't care. Not anymore. Going for his own push. Catching Overlords, getting himself with the Roach One. The Roach One's so exposed! No, Roach Speed! Roach Speed is going to be denied. Lings have to race back home. But the Roach Warren will fall. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, just a brutal loss for Trifax. We saw in the last game that Trifax could only defend with Ling Queen and his Roaches were too late. It's a similar story here, where Roach production is just going to be so delayed. And the Mass Blink Stalker army is just going to out-trade Trifax. Like, how can we keep up? How can we? We can't. And Zealots have arrived. They're here to buffer. Oracles activate their pulsar beams. One Oracle goes down. But we've hit critical mass uplink Stalker. Just too many Stalkers, too much Protoss. Queens are falling left and right. Lings as well. We just cannot keep up. And there it is. GG. Geralt will take the series 2-0, advancing out of Group C in first place. GG. Geralt will take it. I mean, Geralt did come in as the favored player. But a shout out. Oh. But a shout out to Trifax. Oh, shout out to the crowd. Oh, and you can see them there. Bam! You can see the bar in the background, actually. Okay. Sorry, they were just having some player shots. I'll try and be faster. I'll try and be faster with the main feed. But they were just showing off Trifax and Geralt on the stage. Whew. But yeah, GG, well played. We do have Geralt taking the series in the end. My condolences to Trifax, but it's a group stage. You know, he's still in the group. He still has a chance to make it out. And I believe we're going to be following him. I'm a little bit uncertain, but I believe our next series should be Trifax versus Fnatic. Should be. As it looks like we have a couple of results coming in. Okay. We have some results. So as we quickly switch our scenes over. Bam. Okay, we have from the top, Group A is done. Group A has concluded. We have a Laser coming out in first place, and Rodzin was able to take down, let me just double check. Rodzin took down Matrix and took down Danielo 2-0. Rodzin will be making it out just behind a Laser here as the top two in Group A. Meanwhile, we have Group B, who we still have yet to determine. It looks like Aristri and Mishu are still mid-series. They're still duking it out in that final decider match. Likewise, we have our series here as well. Again, Trifax versus Fnatic is on the horizon, and we might decide here. We might decide to jump on this. We might decide to jump on that series, so keep an eye out for that. And Group D, just under these three groups. Group D here at the bottom of the bracket, we have all of our qualified players. Snogstar coming. Oh, Snogstar in first place? Oh, that would have been a lot of fun. That would have been a great series. Snogstar takes down Papi 2-1. Not bad, not bad. I would have favored Papi, 100%. I would have said Papi in first and Snogstar in second. And they both make it out, but Snogstar in first place, Papi in second instead. That's a nice result. I guarantee you that this was a cheese fest. Snogstar is a very cheesy player, especially in ZVP, so I expect this best of 3 to have been like 10 minutes and like 13-12s or like Bane Bus or some crazy all-ins. I'm sure Snogstar had fun. I'm sure he had a lot of fun here against Papi, but again, Papi is able to come out in second place. So again, we have the playoff brackets amassing. We are kind of filling in these slots. Oh, that is brutal. Oh my, it's this Snogstar. Because of Snogstar's win, Papi is up against a Laser in the first round. No. So we have a Laser versus Papi. We have Cristiano waiting for his opponent. We have Rodzin versus Snogstar here on the bottom half of the bracket as well. Honestly, that's a really good series for Snogstar. That's going to be a really, really nice match for him. We'll wish him the best of luck. I mean, wish all the players the best of luck here in these playoff brackets. Again, we still have to finish up the group stage, and then we'll be sinking our teeth into these playoffs. We're getting there. We are getting there. And I have confirmation. Up next is, in fact, going to be Trifax versus Fnatic. That is going to be our next series. We're going to be going in a short break. The break should be a little bit shorter just because Trifax doesn't have to set up again. Like, Trifax is already on the stage and his setup is already up and running. So we should only be waiting for Fnatic to get that going. As I'm just checking Fnatic's team, as I am unfamiliar. So the break should be a little bit shorter this time, but again, I do apologize for the downtime that we've had or the delays that we've had, but a big reason for it is because they're playing on a stage, and whenever they do play, they have to, you know, get themselves set up with their hotkeys, with their settings. It does take a little bit longer. Not just that, but they also have to log out of the PCs that they were playing in the group stage in their previous matches and get out of that. So it can take a little bit more time. And take a little bit longer. But otherwise, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on that short break here, and again, when we return, we will have that PVZ coming into this next series as well. Trifax is going to be favored. I know that Trifax struggled a little bit here against Geralt, but against Fnatic, I would give the edge to Trifax. Is this a rematch? As this is not going to be a rematch. They have yet to face off against each other, but we're getting ready. So we're going to be going on that short break, and when we return, we'll have our next series. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some water. Ooh, just look away from the monitor for a little bit, take care of yourselves, rest up, and get ready for some more StarCraft. We will see you soon. Huh.
Obudowę swojego komputera wymieniasz raczej rzadko. Gdy już to robisz, chcesz mieć pewność, że to ta jedyna. Kilka razy sprawdziłeś, ile wentylatorów, jaki airflow czy grafika wejdzie. Dobra wiadomość jest taka, że w obudowie ARX 700 ARGB są 4 wentylatory, także w środku będzie naprawdę zimno i złożysz ją też z przyjemnością. Także swoją starą obudowę możesz... Człowieku, co ty robisz? A, no ładnie, ładnie. W każdym razie nie wyrzucaj starej obudowy. Znajdziemy dla niej inne zastosowanie.
I co?
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the finale here, to the grand finale of the group stage of the House Galactic Battle number 2, powered by Endorphy even. So welcome back, everyone. Again, we've been having quite a day of StarCraft already. We've been working through the group stage. We had a show match earlier. If you're just tuning in, I recommend the VODs. We had a very fun 2v2 SE to SE Evo show match with kind of the Brood War / StarCraft hybrid mod that's been floating around. We had a great show match to start things off into the group stage, and we are near the end. Near the end of that group stage. Again, Group A is wrapped up. I believe Group B is wrapping up as we speak as well. Group D is already done. But we're here to find out the final player to make it into those playoffs. This just in, he did it! He got his revenge! I kind of wish we were able to catch that, not gonna lie. What I'm referring to is I quickly switch our scenes over. Bam! And have a look at the brackets. This morning, a couple of hours ago, we did cast Aristri versus Mishu. You can see it here. You can see it here, the second series, Aristri versus Mishu, and Mishu had an insane upset. If you miss out on this, I recommend watching it. But Mishu, he was able to pop off in game 1 with a 4-axe mass marine 1 base all in, where he pulled the boys and was able to just catch Aristri off guard in game 1. In game 2, Mishu, he flexed his mech. He meched it up on Crimson Court. And this was an insane upset. Coming into this, Aristri was favored and Mishu pulled off the 2-0. It was crazy. It was shocking. And then they had a rematch. Here, at the very bottom of the bracket, there's the rematch in the decider match, and Aristri, he got his revenge. We missed out on the series, I don't know what happened, but Aristri was able to bounce back and was able to bring it all the way back here and make it out in second place. My condolences to Mishu, as Mishu will not be advancing on into the playoffs, but he had a good performance. He had a very nice performance here. Again, I expected Aristri to have a more almost dominant showing here in these groups to make it out in second place, and for him to show weakness against Mishu is impressive. Really impressive stuff here. So again, shout out to Mishu. Hope he's not too dissatisfied with his performance, as Aristri does advance on in second place. Meanwhile, there is one group left. Again, Group A has completed, Group B is completed, so is Group D. It all comes down to Group C. Group C is all that is left. There's one series remaining. It's going to be between Trifax and Fnatic, and that is our series. That is what we are going to be jumping into. Again, Trifax versus Fnatic. Trifax is going to be the favorite player coming into this, but if the stars align, and if Fnatic is able to play his heart out, then we could force an upset. There is a chance. There is a chance that we can force that upset. It is not inconceivable here for Fnatic to come out instead, but Trifax is the favorite player. So we'll see how these two compare to each other. Again, vetoes are currently underway. Here, and our players are getting set up in their player booths for the next series. Scrolling down, we do have the playoff bracket, which has been building up over the course of the night, and so far we have Alazer versus Papi in the first round. Fun fact, we will be casting this. this is going to be our series that we're going to be covering, and I see a Protoss and Zerg. Oh, feels terrible. There's only 2 races in StarCraft, right? Only 2? Yeah, that's all we need, Bobby. All we need. Smurge. Now, again, if you're a fan of Terran, do not worry. Or I should say, the reason why Spirit isn't here, I mentioned before, and I might like briefly bring this up every now and then just because I'm sure people are curious. Spirit has a family matter going on. It is happy birthday to Spirit's mother, as Spirit's mother is they're going to be celebrating her birthday at the moment, and that is why Spirit is not here. That is why Spirit is not competing. Otherwise, she should be here. Spirit was invited. Spirit did aggregate enough points, or he did accumulate enough points to make it and be invited into this event. So it's a bit of a shame that there is no Spirit, but we have plenty of quality Zerg and Protoss players in his stead. And hope you're enjoying PvZ, because we're going to get nothing but PvZ tonight. Oh boy, maybe a couple of mirror matchups here and there, like a PvP or a ZVZ, but yeah. Otherwise, no Terran in sight, as the final Terran player has been eliminated as well. Mishu was going to be the Terran Hope. That's part of why I was cheering a little bit for Mishu to cause another upset, just for some diversity in the playoff bracket, but alas, it's going to be Zerg and Protoss instead. Until then, though, we are getting ready. Again, Laser versus Bobby is going to be our series after the group stage. I do have confirmation on that. Meanwhile, the winner of this series goes up against Christiana in the quarterfinals. Ooh, that's going to be a brutal match there. Christiana is one of the best Protoss players in all of Poland. Christiana is the runner-up of the previous House of Galactic battle. Again, Christiana, he took down a Laser and Spirit in the last tournament. Can he do it again? We'll see. I'm hoping so. Likewise, down here we have Geralt, Aristri, Rodzin, and Snogstar. I think I favor Snogstar against Rodzin. I do, like, he's a very aggressive player, and I think he can maybe get a leg up or a one-up on Rodzin. But I wish them both the best. Geralt versus Aristri. Geralt is another big name here in the region. When it comes to the top 3 players in this group, or in this tournament, I should say, Laser, Christiana, and Geralt come to mind. And Papi is number 4. Papi, he comes to mind as a top 4 player here as well, but is going up against a Laser in the first round is a brutal sight to see, so we'll be getting into that later on down the line. I wish the best of luck to Aristri. And again, these players have some time to prepare for their matches as well. As the playoffs have yet to begin, because we're still in the group stage, these players have a little bit of time to ruminate over their series, to think over their matches, and to go over their plan and strategy coming into their respective Protoss and Zerg matches. So they do have some time to prepare as we're getting ready for Fnatic and Aristri. We are getting ready. Catching up in the chat, but again, for those that are maybe tuning in now, the entire event is going to be today. The entire event, you know, for a lot of these big tournaments, sometimes it's like a 2-day event or something like that, but no, for the House of Galactic battle, it is all done in one singular day, and we're almost at the halfway mark. Kind of. Almost at the halfway mark, but there's still so much more to go over. Looking at our schedule, a lot of these lower matches won't be broadcasted live. We're going to be going through the upper bracket, into the upper semis, into the upper finals, into the lower finals, into the grand finals. And I believe we're going to be casting a little bit less than we did last time. Last time we were a little bit more intense and a little bit more active when it comes to covering as many matches as possible. And that did lead to a really long broadcast. Again, it was like a 15-hour cast last time. It's a very long cast. It's a 15-hour broadcast for House of Galactic Battle number 1. This one should be a little bit shorter. This one should not go anywhere near as long. We'll see. we'll see, I guess. We'll see. But I think last time we did cover the quarterfinals a little bit more in depth. But I think this time we're only covering one match. I think this time it's yeah, it's only going to be one of these quarterfinals matches instead of last time where we covered 2. So yeah, because of that, we're going to be speeding through the upper bracket quarterfinals a little bit faster than we did last time. That is going to be the plan. Otherwise, hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Hope you're all having a great time. Something else that's occurring as well is WTL, World Team League. I think is starting up in like 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. World Team League. Yeah, it's starting up in a couple of minutes. We will not be casting World Team League tonight. Ooh, I just realized we are busy with House of Galactic Battle. Wardy is busy with the Wardy TV Korean Royale. Hopefully there's an English caster. I I just realized that we have our own tournament. Wardy has his own tournament. Usually we are the main English casters for WTL, and usually Rotterdam only casts WTL if Basilisk is playing. Basilisk is not playing tonight, so there might not be an English broadcast for WTL. Hopefully there is. We plan on catching up and doing a replay cast of World Team League in a couple of days. In a couple of days, we'll be catching up with tonight's WTL matches, so we will eventually cast it. If you want to watch it live, again, which is in 5 minutes, hopefully there is another broadcaster out there to cover it. Maybe you can catch it in another language, but we're going to be focusing on the House of Galactic Battle. We have, we have our priorities, we have our commitments here, and again, WTL will be done via replays at a later date. Tomorrow we should be casting WTL live. So World Team League is going to be live tomorrow. We don't have any kind of clashing schedules there, kind of. Tomorrow is going to be Sparkling Tuna Cup followed by World Team League. It'll be fine. It'll be so we'll be able to cover both of those events tomorrow. And again, today's WTL matches will be in a couple of days. We will be able to catch up. That's when all the games go for an hour. True. Not like this. Not like this. But yeah, until then, we're just getting ready. We are just getting ready. It looks like Fnatic and Trifax are almost ready for us. They were just setting up their own PCs. And they're both in game. Love to see it. They are both in game. And we might just go on another short break. I don't okay. We're asking for the maps. Oh good. We're asking for the maps to make those lobbies. And again, I don't really get to cast enough of Fnatic as of late. I know he's more of an up-and-coming player. He has not been able to make a name for himself the same way that Bappy has, or Trifax, or Aristery. He's kind of been climbing that ladder. Earlier today, who did Fnatic take down? Let me just double check. Fnatic went down to Geralt, but he took down Herolit 2-0. Not bad. Not bad here for Fnatic. As I'm just trying to look up his Wikipedia page to see if I can get some insights as to how he's been performing. But it looks like I don't really see much in his history. I mainly see regional tournaments, like the Infolet matches or the esports LAN event, or even the House of Galactic Battle. So yeah, it looks like mainly just regional events here for Fnatic, which makes sense. Does make sense. Again, that's why we always champion these regional events, because they allow for some of these players to have the opportunity to make a deeper run, to have a good performance. And last time Fnatic, he went down to Cristiano and Bappy. Okay, he went down to Bappy and Cristiano in PvPs in the group stage as well. Did take down Dana though. Dana. That was the special theme that we had last Galactic Battle, is that we had a bunch of returning veterans. Oh, Nurchio's not here this time, but a couple of months ago in January we had Nurchio. Nurchio came back. Paranoid, I was so hyped for Paranoid. Paranoid came back as well. Pal and I think Gemio as well. And Dana, that's it, Dana came back. But yeah, that was kind of one of the themes of the last Galactic Battle, is we brought back all these retired Polish players. It was really cool to see. This time, not so much. This time we kept it to the more modern Stark I've seen. I was hoping that maybe Nurchio would come back, just because he has been quite active in regional events, but not this time. Not this time, unfortunately. As it looks like we have our lobby. Also, I'm just double checking here. Interesting. So before the House Galactic battles, we had offline events at a different venue. They were called the esports, SC2 circuit in 2022. This was in 2022. And in the group stage of that event, fun fact, Trifax and Fnatic, they also faced off in the decider match of the group stage, and it went all the way to the ace match. Trifax won the series, but it went to game 3, so it's 2 years later. You know, it's a bit of a different event. Still an offline event, though, and now they face off again. They're going to be facing off once again. And we have our maps, we have our lobby. We're loading into game number 1. Let's go. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on side Delta. Oh. Trifax using Laser's portrait. Love to see it. As we are diving into game number 1, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have our blue Polish Zerg player, currently representing himself, but looking to make it into those playoffs. He is coming as the favorite player, but can he make it there? Can he make it out in second place? It is Trifax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Sentinels of Mirage. It is Fnatic. Again, Fnatic looking to get his revenge. He had a very similar performance 2 years ago in the esports LAN event. It was the equivalent of... Oh, wait. What the hell? I'll put a pin in that as we're diving into game 1, going for a bit of a wall-off. Let's go. The gateways have been thrown down. And the way this works is we have sealed Trifax into his own natural. He has not scattered. He has no idea what is going on. And we're going for proxy 3-gate Zealots. It's going to be mass slow lots here from Fnatic, massing Zealots into the natural. And the problem here is that Trifax doesn't know. He's going for a hatch gas pull, he's going for a standard opener, he has yet to piece it together. The Overlord will move out, and we confirm. We get an eye on the wall of gateways, and the gateways will finish. The Zealots are on the way, and the goal here for Trifax is to defend and hold on to his bases, to his natural. We're going to need queens, we're going to need spine crawlers. We're going to need to muster up our defenses here, as there we go, making 3 Zealots at a time. Gas is being taken, double gas even. This should be for a Cybercore follow-up into some vanilla stalkers. I say that this probe is in a very interesting position. Are we willing to proxy some tech? I wonder. Again, we'll see what this gas is going to be used for. But now, Zealots have arrived. And you can see Trifax in the main base throwing down 3 spine crawlers. I think it's okay to lose the natural. Honestly, I think it's okay to lose the natural. I think defending the main base is all we have to focus on, especially because back across the map, there is no expansion, there is no follow-up. Not yet. Lings have right, going to be dancing with these Zealots. Oh my god, they barely do survive. Not going down yet. And you can see Trifax just trying to buy some time. Chip away at that Zealot. And does strip away some of his shields, but yep, the hatchery does fall. And thankfully, we don't overcommit. Going to be making use of these Broodlings. Broodlings have run out, so we back off. But again, Trifax just buying time, and now that spine crawlers are done, this main base is looking pretty secure. This main is looking pretty damn secure here, as Zealots will dip in. Queen stutter stepping against these Zealots. Spine is up and running, and we hold. We should hold on to this space. Meanwhile, Fnatic is transitioning. There we go. We have a Cybercore on the way. We have a Nexus as well. Fnatic looking to try to take an economic lead from this proxy. And now the goal should just be delay the natural. Delay the natural for as long as we can. Spine crawlers are slowly pushing forward with that creep. Trifax eventually will break out. And again, it's on Fnatic to delay that. Ooh, as a Stargate is on the way. So Fnatic is not in a bad position. Trifax going for his expand. Ooh, but Zealots are here. Yeah, we can force the cancel. Oh, I say that we do force the recall instead. Lings, they have arrived. And Zealots get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, I love this from Fnatic, is making a Stalker. So the Stalker will pop out on the other side of the wall, but it looks like we might be able to get him from that Stalker. The gateways are getting low. They are getting low. The DPS rate of the Stalker is not going to be high enough. I think I would have liked an Adept instead, as the Adept especially has a little bit more maneuverability to get out of here. And the wall is broken, and the Stalker will attempt to escape. Back at home is going to be a Void Ray opener. You can see Trifax is looking for that Stalker. He's attempting to hunt it down. Is checking here towards the left-hand side. Lings are trying to cut it off as well, and the Stalker will barely escape, or will it? Up! Trifax! It doesn't quite get eyes on it. It does know that recall is on cooldown, but yeah, the Stalker is kept safe and sound. Meanwhile, we're going for a proxy Twilight Council. This can mean one thing and one thing only. You don't proxy a Twilight Council unless you want to go proxy Dark Shrine. DTs. The Invisible Man is on the horizon here for Fnatic. Overlord gets shut down. The wall is solid. We have a cannon as well. We can see Trifax is desperately redroning, trying to mass up his workers, going for the triangular third, but no spores. No spores in sight. Lings did not get eyes on the proxy. Gateways are finishing up. Oh, wait, working towards... Okay, never... Shot. Wait, what? Interesting. Oh my god. So this is a bit of a different strategy here. So we're not going for DTs. I do think they would have done well. I mean, again, there's no lair, there's no spore. There's one spore in the main, but no spore at the natural. Damage would have been done. Instead, 2-base all in with proxied gateways. Now, what this means is that if Trifax scattered the main, he would not see enough. He would not know how committed this is. This is going to be a 2-base, 8-gate all-in with mass charge lots. Likewise, still on scatter, this can hit like a truck. We're missing the opportunity with the DTs, but regardless, I'm not sure that Trifax is going to be ready for this. Like, Trifax, he's still droning, and there's no Bailey Nest, there's no Roach Warren, there is nothing to defend. Only Lings and Queens, and Lings and Queens are not going to be good enough. As we dive into the main base, 2 drones go down. More and more Zealots are amassing, and soon we're going to be pulling the trigger. Soon the trigger will be pulled. We're amassing Queens. Roach Warren now on the way up. Ooh. Void Ray did overextend. It's a big misstep there by Fnatic. But here we go. Charge is revealed. He knows. Charge is now revealed. Roach Warren about to finish up. Zealots, they will hit the natural. And what do we have to defend? We have 14 Lings. Oh, no. We have 14 Lings. Barely any Queens. Spine trying to reposition as well on the high ground. Not a bad position for these Spine Crawlers. We do manage to get a couple of Queens, though. Yeah, we just ignore the main base. We go for the natural instead. The Queens are being hunted down. We get on top of the Roach Warren. 8 Roaches are on the way, but only 8 Roaches as the Roach Warren goes down. And Trifax woefully underprepared. And was busy droning up. Trifax, he droned up to 54 workers. And droning was not what we needed. As we're snowballing out of control, collapsing into the main base. Queens are falling, Roaches as well. And we can only produce Lings. G gets caught. And Fnatic takes game 1. GG. A spicy game 1 here by Fnatic. Again, I want to say that in a longer macro game, in the mid to late game, in a standard game, I favor Trifax. I do favor Trifax in a standard game. And I'm sure Fnatic is aware of that as well. So don't give him a standard game. Just catch him out of left field with the proxy 3-gate into Void Ray, into a 2-base all-in, a hidden 2-base all-in more importantly. And again, Trifax was in the dark for a lot of that game. It took him a long time to piece together what was going on, to figure out what was happening, and he was caught with his pants down. The pants, they were down, papi. Aye, aye, aye. Again, we droned up to 56. We droned up all the way to 56 workers. The Roach Warren finished up by the time the push hits, and we just, again, had no idea that a push was coming. Despite the Lings being active, we did scout all of the southern half of the map, but the Lings did not scout the upper half of the map, the northern half. They never came across the proxy. There was a chance. Remember, the Lings, they were active. They were definitely being active on the map and moving around, but they did miss the proxy. Because of that, Trifactions was unable to piece together what was going on. But now we're diving into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our blue Zerg player from LAN, Poland, representing himself down in this series. But he is favored. Can he bounce back? Can we force the ace match? I hope so. It is Trifax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, this time going for the pylon back at home. There is no proxy, at least not yet. The Polish Protoss player representing Sentinels of Mirage. It is Fnatic. Here we go. As we are just setting up with our gateway back at home. Meanwhile, Trifax doesn't flinch, going for a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Trifax. Despite the cheese, despite the aggression, we can see he's being more attentive. You can see this time he's checking outside his natural, so he's a little bit paranoid after game 1, after the proxy 3 gate. But he's going to be safe and sound, and will be able to get away with his more economic standard opener. It's just a hatch gas pool here from Trifax. Meanwhile, Fnatic across the map going for his own gate expand. This time we're settling into a much more normal game on Alkion. Now, the setup is normal, but we should be keeping an eye on the Protoss player. You know, we could see a Twilight Council opener, we could see even a Robo-based opener, maybe Stargate, into a delayed third, into a faster Twilight Council as well. There's a lot available. There's a lot available here for Fnatic if he wants to be a little bit spicy and be unorthodox. There are a lot of aggressive builds out there, and that is an interesting position for the pylon. The pylon is thrown down closer to the mineral line, which means it's a little bit more efficient. It means that the probe takes less time to go back to mining. But at the same time, it means that if it was a Stargate Oracle opener, it would take longer to get across the map. So this could be for a Twilight Council. It could be for a Stargate into Void Ray instead. We saw something similar last game. We'll see. We'll see, as Warp Gate is not denied. Okay. Warp Gate is revealed to the Overlord. Stargate gets thrown down. We're kind of misleading our opponents a little bit here. Okay. So we're trying to sell a story to Trifax, and we'll see if he takes the bait. We'll see if he goes for an earlier Roach Warren. Stargate in production. Based on the rally, it looks like an Oracle opener, as we're not rallied to the Overlord. But we'll see as the First Adept does get across the map. First Adept shades in towards that natural. Doesn't commit yet. Stargate is done, and we'll wait for our first unit of choice. There it is, Void Ray opener. You can see the rally changed to the Overlord now. We're going for the Void Ray. And what is scary about this opener is that after your initial Void Ray, it could be anything behind it. We could just go into a Twilight Council, into Glaze. We could throw down a second Stargate, into a Fleet Beacon, into like a Tempest Rush or a Carrier Rush. We could go Mass Oracle, like we saw from Rodzin earlier today. We could go Mass Void Ray, or we could even go into a third, into an Oracle, into a standard game, right? It could be a standard game, or it could be more aggressive. Trifax is going to be in the dark as the Overlord goes down, and our goal here is to hunt down every Overlord on the map. There is an Overlord hidden on the left-hand side for a Trifax, and with this Overlord, we can go in for a follow-up scout, unless it gets found. Unless it is found out as the Void Ray is going through the center. Behind this, we're going for the Oracle, which was scattered earlier, but I'm more interested in what comes after this Oracle. Whether we go for a Forge, Twilight Council, Roach Warren is thrown down. Oh, this is an early Roach Warren for Trifax. This is a 4-minute Roach Warren. Usually against a Stargate opener, you would throw it down at around the 5-minute mark. But here at 4 minutes, again, this is a little bit early. This tells us that Trifax is maybe a little bit afraid of what Fnatic is doing next. As Void Ray has arrived. So again, just a very safe follow-up here out of Trifax. Void Ray gets a drone, backs off, Lings are amassing, moving out across the map. Trifax is still droning. Just applying some pressure with some Lings, but we have plenty of adepts to defend. And it is a Robo follow-up, not a Twilight Council. This could be for a fast Bay into a second Robo into like Colossus production, or maybe just a second Robo into Mass Immortal. There's options. We have options here, but we are delaying the Twilight Council. So we should be more defensive with this. We don't have like Blink or Charge or anything to be too active on the map outside of our Skytoss units. Behind this, we're working towards our lair, and a more standard lair timing here for Trifax. Again, this tells us that this Roach Warren was a safety Roach Warren, that again, Trifax was just a little bit paranoid that he would need these roaches earlier. He doesn't, but he was afraid he would. So Fnatic, you could argue, already in the head of Trifax, especially after game 1. Ling's being shaved off, we deny some creep. Behind this, Immortal production has begun. We spoke about it, right? This fast Robo should be for faster Immortals. I assumed it could have been for a faster Bay, or even a faster second Robo, but we're working towards a Fortune +1. So it looks like Fnatic was just being safe, and maybe because he saw the earlier Roach Warren, he just wanted to make sure he had Immortals to defend against an early Roach push. So Immortals are amassing. 4th base on the way, looking to be denied by these Oracles. Up! And it looks like we will force a cancel. Did I say cancel? We force a kill. Ay, ay, ay. That is 300 minerals down the drain. The efficiency here from Fnatic is this. Oh my god. Calm down. An Overlord. We killed a hatchery, a drone, a couple of Lings. We have yet to lose a single unit. And that was a big misstep there from Trifax. Again, he's playing in front of an audience. He's playing on a stage, so nerves may be getting to him a little bit. As Trifax is double expanding. I mean, again, he has to catch up. The gold base is a good way to bounce back in this game as the Void Ray has arrived, but we have Queens to defend, and we can hold on to this. There we go. Queens are rotating over, and they should be able to save the base. Oracle into the main. Oh my god, as Trifax is rushing to a hive. Okay. So Trifax doesn't have the best economy. We're stuck on 3 base economy. We're stuck trying to take a 4th. Oh, as the Void Ray goes down. But we are rushing to an Infestation Pit, into a Lurker Den, into a Hydra Lurker Viper insanely quickly. I do like this. I like this a lot here from Trifax, but he gets scattered. The problem is that with that Revelation, Fnatic is aware of what's going on, and there's a window. There's a window available right now where Trifax, he's spending his money on all this production, on all this tech, not on his army. And Fnatic, he's going for it. He's going for that push. Oh, massive stasis in the middle of the map. A lot of roaches get caught out. And Trifax is in trouble. He's in trouble right now. Right now is the time to move out. Here and now, as we're getting a little bit stuck. Getting a little bit stuck in the Zonaga. Storm now on the way, and Fnatic actually pulls back. I feel like there was a big opportunity. I feel like there still is as well. But it's also possible that maybe we forgot Storm. Storm still on the way, so maybe Fnatic not feeling too confident without it. And that means that Trifax, he's getting away with this. The hive is done. Lurker upgrades on the way. 4th base now up and running. Gold minerals as well kicking in. Trifax, he was quite greedy taking up like this, but again, he's getting away with it. He is getting away with it, and I do feel like Fnatic has missed his window of opportunity. And now Fnatic taking a more defensive approach, getting his 4th base up and running, 2nd Robo for double Immortal production, Storm +2. Massive stasis here on the Lings. Now, when it comes to what's coming next here, I still like Fnatic's position, generally. What I mean by that is, Lurkers are amazing. They're good, don't get me wrong. But Mass Immortal can break through a line of Lurkers. And that's exactly what we're working towards. Storm is about to finish up. You can see Trifax pushing on both ends, both on the right and left-hand side. Lings are trying to flood in, but we do well in time. The Lurkers are in position. Overcharge is popped. Look at the revelation on the army. So far, Fnatic is holding on. And I believe has enough to break through. But that is 5 more Lurkers in production. Things are being cleaned up. Storm has completed this line of Lurkers. It looks like they will finish. That's a lot of Lurkers. Solid Concave as well. Massive Spine Shot's going off. 1 Archon goes down. You can see how softened up this army is. Looks like we're going for some storms, but this concave is brutal. At the same time, massive Zealot warping into the main base. We have Zealot, sorry, a Stalker run by here towards the left-hand side as well. Fnatic is not taking this line down. Is getting damage done. Zealots in the main are going to be cleaned up, but Trifax pulls back home. That's going to be a kill on the 5th base. Now, what I will say is that this base doesn't matter too much. Like, we have the gold, and we just recall back home, saving all of our units. And Fnatic did buy quite a bit of breathing room. And now it's 4 base versus 4 base, but this is a gold, and we can see Trifax double expanding. Army supplies are similar to each other. Fleet Beacon on the way for Skytoss for Fnatic. Working towards it. Fnatic out of position, doesn't see the army. Fnatic not where he needs to be. Yeah, Trifax catching him off guard. It goes straight for the throat, straight for the natural. Fnatic going for a base trade, but this is so late. Trifax is already pushing into the main. Yeah, such a delayed base trade here. But again, Fnatic was out of position. He had to make a tough choice. Recall's on cooldown, if you remember, so there was no recall available. And we're already in the main. And Natural's going to go down. 3rd base under fire. We're came to the production. At the same time, Fnatic is destroying bases. True, but he's taking far too long. It's just far too long at this point. As the main is only going to be standing for a couple more seconds as Lurkers, they get into the heart of Fnatic's bases. Yeah, they're falling one after another. You can see Fnatic getting into the 3rd, at least. He's able to bring down 3 hatcheries and now should be able to bust into the main. But we may just die from elimination. Like Fnatic, he may just lose all his buildings. Yeah, buildings are falling left and right. Fnatic does have bottom right. Does have the money for another Nexus. But at some point, Fnatic has to turn around. He has to turn around and try to save one of these bases. When it comes to the sizes of the army, it's going to come down to the engagements. I think if everything comes together, I think I want to favor Trifax. He has 16 lurkers. 16? That's a lot of lurkers, Pat. That's a lot of lunkers. And there we go. He's collapsing on the final base of Fnatic. Does he have any probes out on the map? Oh. The final base is going to be shut down. Fnatic has money. We need a building. Up. The Nexus. The Nexus goes down. Oh, no, GG as Fnatic. He had the money, but he had no workers. And Trifax will tab the series 1-1, winning by destroying all the buildings. GG. You don't see that too often, but we do get an elimination there. Again, Fnatic had money, but he had 0 probes. 0 probes on the map. He could not make anything, could not build anything, despite having the resources for it. And again, the base trade just took too long. It just took too long to get into the base trade. It was on Fnatic there to keep an eye on Trifax. He missed the rotation, didn't know where Trifax was, and then Trifax just forced just a really difficult decision there for Fnatic, as he was damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because he was so out of position, if he turned around to defend, he still would have lost bases. He still would have lost his natural, still would have probably lost the 3rd base as well. Maybe save the main. But he would have lost so much and he would have gotten no damage in counterattacking or for it. So a big moment for Trifax. And now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Can GG when the game ends? You can't. You can't. Of course. There's no GG there, but... yeah, did force Fnatic out of the game. And now we're getting into the ace match. We're diving into game number 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion. We have our yellow Polish Protoss player representing Sentinels of Mirage being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Fnatic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing himself, currently teamless. But tying up the series 1-1, can he take the series in the end? Can he go all the way to the playoffs? It is Trifax. Oh, hello, Chase, Pappy, hello. See Chase in chat. We're doing it again. Let's go. Oh, he gets scouted. This is the problem with relying on the same build twice in a series. Fnatic trying to set up the proxy gateways here, trying to wall off. He gets 1 gateway down. But the drone is in position. Second gateway gets thrown down as well, and we can see Trifax patrolling in between those gateways. The probe falls. The probe goes down. Ay, ay, ay. And Fnatic stumbling out the gate. Trifax making sure that we are denying that third gateway. We can see gas is being taken back at home. Fnatic already transitioning. Oof. Again, like going for that cheese earlier is really good to sprinkle into a series, like once in a series, but doing it again, clearly Trifax much more prepared. Going for a gas first, gas into pool. Ling's speed is going to be prioritized. Lings are on the way. Roaches as well. Fnatic's in trouble. This could just be game. I don't want to call it too early, but the reality is that this is going to be shut down. We're rushing to Roach production here. This initial proxy should be shut down, and if this proxy falls, there's nothing to defend. And so going for the proxy hatchery in the main. Let's go. In the main base. Who needs to break out of the contain when we can just make roaches across the map? Fnatic has spotted this. He's aware, but there's nothing here. Like, how do we defend? We have nothing. We have no gates. We have no production. Lings are out. Zelts are amassing. Oh boy. And boys are being pulled, but it may just be too late. There's so much progression on this hatchery. The decision to pull the boys here, it feels just a little bit too delayed. We'll see. As the hatchery is more than halfway done. Regardless, is dealing so much economic damage to Fnatic. It looks like we should force the cancel. But still so much damage as roaches have arrived and they should have their way with these zealots. There we go. Hatchery is cancelled. Zealots are being focused down. And this Stalker is going to be able to maintain this position, but for how much longer? We have two Stalkers. This Overlord should fall. But again, I'm just concerned about when we break out. Stargate's on the way. We need a Void Ray. We need some Skytoss units desperately here to defend against the counterattack. As Trifax is expanding. Takey is natural. Ravager has arrived. Chipping away at the front lines. Chipping away at that wall. Now, we don't have link speed. Thankfully for Fnatic, there is no link speed. We're spending all of our gas on Ravager production, which will break out, but it does mean that Fnatic has time to get into his first unit. To get into that Stargate. So we are breaking out. Again, initially focusing on the pylon, but now we realize that the gateway's not even making anything, so depowering the pylon doesn't really do anything. Instead of focusing through the wall. Natural base, getting saturated. We are droning up behind this. And the gateways will fall. We can see the Stalkers racing back home. Fnatic doesn't know if link speed was prioritized, so he doesn't want to get surrounded. Doesn't want to get caught out. It's going to be an Oracle first. Shield batteries are on the way. They are expanding. Again, the proxy is shut down. Now, I feel like we probably won't move out without link speed. Like, link speed recently started. Oracle dips in. We don't actually have that much to defend. We only have 2 queens. Uh-oh. And we're getting so much done. Punishing the lack of queens here. 7, 8 drones going down. 9 drones. Fnatic, we're still in this. That's a pretty hefty amount of damage, and Fnatic has an even worker count. An even probe count here to the drones of Trifax. Is rotating around. Now, we only made 1 Oracle. We only made 1. We have a Void Ray on the horizon, but we're supply blocked. No third base in sight. Link speed is soon going to be kicking in, but Trifax is still focusing on droning. I'm waiting to see if that's going to be the case, though. We have pulled out of gas completely. We have now taken our third. Yeah, we're droning. Okay. I was waiting to see what was going to be made with this larva, but we are droning. We're not making links. So we're droning on up. Oracle between the bases. +1 air attack on the way. We're getting into Skytoss. Happy. We're getting ready for Skytoss. And I do like this position for Fnatic. Again, he's caught up in workers. Void Rays are amassing. You can see Fnatic mining through these minerals to expand on the left-hand side. He has a full wall here, and he won't have to knock down that wall. So we're expanding elsewhere. And likewise, because we're rushing into Skytoss, we're never going to knock down this wall, as the fleet beacon is on the way. Oh boy. Feels like we're in 2021 all over again. Getting some deja vu. Yeah, Fnatic playing Skytoss. Trifax has yet to scout. Trifax hasn't seen much. Doesn't need to see much either. If Trifax checks the wall, he's going to be able to confirm the researching Cybercore. I mean, you could make an argument that maybe it's going to be Warp Gate, as Warp Gate hasn't been researched yet, but we can make an assumption that it's going to be +1 air attack, as it would confirm the additional Void Rays. Back at home, we're expanding, taking a third, settling into the rest of our production. 2 Stargates up and running, and Fnatic just biding his time a little bit longer here. There it is, Tempest on the way, not Carrier. I was curious as to whether it was going to be Carrier or Tempest. We have our answer. Now this Tempest rush, what's scary about this is that, especially because of this map, we can threaten the main. We can just be here on the north side of the main base and just apply so much pressure and be relatively safe. So the main base is vulnerable to Skytoss. You can see these Void Rays making sure that there is no creep being active here. Yeah, intentionally denying all this creep. Now this will make sure that the Queens have a hard time chasing and fighting in this location. Likewise, no sag defense either. And more drones going down. Trifax going for a lane counterattack. Queens are spotted. Cannons are still finishing up. And we have a Spire on the way. Thankfully, it looks like we've more or less pieces together. Yeah, Ravager's going to be able to bow down that cannon. Shield Battery does finish up in time. Tempest reveals itself. It's a rough decision to make, but yeah, the Tempests are now revealed. The Trifax is aware. Also should have seen the Carrier starting up towards the end. And we already had the Spire on the way, so we should be working towards Corrupted production. I mean, you can work towards Mutas. Mutas are okay if the Skytoss is in low numbers, but the Skytoss is building up quite heavily. Skytoss is building up, so it would be a little bit wiser to just go into Corruptor. As Trifax is droning up to 82 already. Oh my god, Trifax has been so greedy. I love this, just droning straight up to 80, getting a 5th base as well. Has a booming economy. And there it is, 10 Corruptors at a time. With +1 air Carapace on the way. Flyer Carapace even. On the way. This means that this Tempest timing, this Tempest push is late. It's a little bit too late at this point. We could have pushed out earlier, but we had to use them to defend. And I mean, now the Corruptors are in production. You get a Stasis Trap here towards the south. Catching a couple of workers. But the question becomes, do we have a recall? I'm not sure we do. We're catching out the Tempest. No recall. And 1 Tempest goes down. 2nd Tempest. A massive overextension. Fnatic pushing out without recall was a massive mistake. As we're losing everything. The Carriers, the Tempest, the Void Rays, everything we were building up towards, it doesn't matter. Not anymore. Fnatic losing so much. That was what, like 4 units? Doesn't look like a lot, but that's all he had. That's all he had left. 1 Carrier left back at home. We do force the overcharge. We're going for the Carrier, and it's going to be focused down. Even with the shield battery, the overcharge was spent on the Stalker, not on the Carrier. And there's only 1 unit left in the sky. The overcharge, we'll keep it alive. We do have to respect the overcharge. You have to back off. But we got the Carrier. That was worth it. Looking at the trades, that was 7 Corruptors for 2 Tempests and 2 Carrier and 2 Void Rays. That's a worthwhile trade for the Zerg. Bearing in mind that Trifax is on 93 drones, I would argue too many. It's okay, we're losing something quick. We're bleeding out drones, thankfully, so maintaining that bit of a low worker count now at 87, which is more than enough. And now we can just focus on Link Corruptor. +1 Flyer Carapace finishing up. From here, we can go into +1 Air Carapace or Flyer Attack. Bailing speed on the way. Fnatic throwing down a wall of cannons for a wall of defense. But with Banelings, we should bust through this. Like, Banelings will make short work of these cannons. Now, I do like how spread out they are. Like, very nice spread of cannons here to reduce the splash damage of those Banelings. But, we should still be able to overwhelm this. It should still be too much. Now, Overcharge is once again off of cooldown. We can use it. Overcharge is available. But even with Overcharge, we have 24 Corruptors. Storm is just now finishing. Storm would be huge, but we're breaking through. Yeah, carries are falling left and right. Void Race as well. Everything in the air has fallen. And now we can just camp the production. Up. Where are we going? Hey, going for the main base. Not quite going for the Stargates, but going for the gateways. Just making sure there's as little on the ground as possible. And Lings are rallying across. Now we get on top of the High Templar. Ooh, the Storm too little too late. That was a good Storm, but all the High Templar are fallen. Yeah, we shut down the gateways. We focus on another carrier. And Trifax has done it. This was a close series, especially Game 2. Like, Game 2 could have gone either way. There were definitely moments for Fnatic in Game 2. Here in Game 3, just overextending, throwing away his first couple units. GG gets called, and Trifax will take the series at 2-1, advancing on to the playoffs. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Yo, I see you in the chats. This is not the ESL chat. If you want to cry about balance, cry somewhere else. But that was a big overextension from Fnatic. On top of that, unfortunately, his proxy was scattered. If you remember, it all started with an attempted proxy 3-gate. It all started with an attempted proxy 3-gate. It was completely shut down, as Fnatic had done it earlier in the series, so Trifax was aware. He was a little bit more aware of it, and Trifax was able to completely shut it down initially. We had Skytoss as a follow-up, and there was potential. There was a lot of potential for Fnatic. I did like how much damage he was doing with his Oracle. He was being very efficient, but his recall was on cooldown, so when he moved out with his Tempest, when he moved out with his carrier, he lost everything. Like, that was a big pivotal moment for Trifax, for him to shut down 2 Tempest and a carrier and snowball out of control. Did snowball out of control. GG, well played. And now we have... Oh, my god. My apologies. I thought we were going to be casting that. But now we have our playoff bracket, and you can see it here before you. Bam. There we go. We have a Laser versus Papi, Trifax versus Cristiano, Geralt versus Aristri, and Rodin versus Snockstar. It looks like a Laser versus Papi already concluded, so I do apologize. I thought we were going to be casting that, but has already wrapped up. A Laser takes down Papi 2-0, which means I have no idea what we're casting next. But we're going to be jumping into those playoffs. We're going to be jumping into that playoff bracket. Let's just have a look at the Wikipedia page. Man, there we go. From the top, you can see our bracket before us. And just a sea of Protoss and Zerg. So again, a Laser already in that next round. We might cast Trifax versus Cristiano, or Geralt. I mean, honestly, there's no bad series. There's no bad series here. They all look like a lot of fun. They're all looking quite competitive. Personally, I think it would be really good to follow Trifax versus Cristiano into a Laser, just because there's a little bit of history between Cristiano and a Laser, because they are the top 2 players of the last House of Galactic battle. So I do think that there's a lot of value to be had there in following them, but we'll see where we go. We shall see. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. Players will be getting ready, and we do have to decide on our next match. So we'll be getting it and diving into our playoffs soon. On top of that, the stream is going to go down for a moment. We've been live for 4.5, almost 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. We're kind of halfway through. I mean, the playoff bracket is massive. We're kind of halfway through. But I'm going to be switching over. We're going to be switching production teams. Basically, Kuro is going to be stepping in. Kuro is going to be handling the production, and Kuro will be casting with me later on. Kuro, of course, is our resident Polish information fairy, or hero of the wasteland. Is that what it is? Hero of the wasteland, savior of esports. There we go. But Kuro will be joining me for the upper bracket finals, for the lower bracket finals, and the grand finals as well. And on top of that, we're just going to be breaking up the VOD a little bit as well, because it's going to be a long cast. It's going to be a long cast, and we don't want the VOD to be deleted. For those that are curious, if we ever stream on YouTube for over 12 hours, like, there's a chance that the VOD gets deleted. So because we know it's going to be a long stream, we'll switch over. We will just end the stream for a moment, restart it. So don't go anywhere. The stream will be back in a couple of seconds. It's just about to go down, then come back up as we enter the playoffs. See you soon. See you soon.